Mic check. Hello, hello.
Good afternoon. Very, very warm welcome to the conference, Reddy Center's conference on technology and society. The first conference. We said we will do this every year, and we said we will do it after we have done some activity. So the center started functioning about a year back, and we said we will do this conference once a year. And thankfully, things have opened up a little, and Professor Reddy is here in town. So we decided to do the inaugural conference and also inaugurate the center at this conference. So I'm sorry, a little bit got delayed. We had a fantastic closed-door roundtable meeting that went a little bit over, and lunch also slipped. So sorry for the delay, but we're almost on time. I think we'll start the first session, which was due at 2:20, maybe just a few minutes behind. Just to get the proceeding started, I would request our director, Professor P. J. Narayanan, to just share his welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to IIIT for those who are from outside IIIT, and welcome to this conference to everyone. The Reddy Center for Technology and Society has been in the making for nearly 4 years now. We wanted, Professor Reddy has been our guiding force for a long time, and one of the things that really sets him apart from every other technical or academic is his deep concern for things in the society and his belief that technology can help solve those problems, many of those problems. So we wanted to create an entity that and where our students and our faculty can work on it, but also work with everybody else in using technology to amplify the whatever work is required to at the bottom of the pyramid or society. So that's the goal. We decided that let's start with some work rather than start with the center inauguration. So with the Ramesh and team has been working on it for almost a year now, and several projects are underway, which is a good thing. So we can showcase things that have been happening. And a meeting of everybody, a conference like this annually is another part of the plan. So I'm glad this has all happened. Like Ramesh said, the pandemic eased and Professor Reddy was here, and he is glad he spent the whole hour and a half sitting in that round table. And so I'll be here in the inaugural session also. So things all came together at the right time. So I'm glad this is happening. I don't want to spend time away from the main panel. So I welcome you all once again, and let's get on with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So the knowledge activities was a big part of the center. While yes, at the end of the day, the technology solutions that we create for the NGOs and the impact that those solutions bring on the ground is the most important objective of the center. But that said, we said we also should have an understanding of the space so that there's some long-term problems. I mean, there are immediate problems and medium-term problems. So we said we should do these knowledge sessions. One is to bring all the stakeholders together, the NGOs, the technology innovators, researchers, and others together. And the second thing is also to bring conversations that kind of surface some of these medium-term and long-term possibilities. Because we just get so caught up in our immediate priorities. So we said once in a while we should step back, all of us, whether the NGOs or innovators, research, corporate leaders, step back and look at the whole social space. So we've done 5 roundtables so far. The 5th one just happened just before lunch. And the annual knowledge session was a slightly larger format to bring more people together. It's as much about every one of you here today as it is about either the institute or the conversations and the panels that we're having. So thank you all for joining. So we will have 2 sessions this afternoon, and then the finale, the inaugural session in the evening at 5. So I will invite Kiran Devnath, who's the program coordinator in the Reddy Center, to anchor the next 3 hours or 2.5 hours of session. Kiran?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all dignitaries, guests, and delegates. With great joy and immense exultation, I extend my warm welcome to all present here for the first annual conference event and formal inauguration of the Reddy Center established by IIIT Hyderabad. I take the privilege to invite the plenary speakers of this session, AI and Society. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Vivek Verma. Formerly served as a senior advisor for Telangana Social Innovation Cell, Mr. Vivek is now the Chief Impact Officer of Recycle Foundation. He has more than 30 years of experience as hands-on leader, mentor, and advisor to brands and business strategies. He is going to moderate this panel with the other dignitaries. Thank you, sir. Now I introduce Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, founder and chairman of 5F World. Dr. Ganesh has over 30 years of industry experience, including 25 years as CEO of Aptec and Genzer Technologies. He has been chairman of NASCOM and NASCOM Foundation. He was also the president of HBS Club of India and served multiple terms of the National Council of CII. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Vivek Raghavan, Chief AI Evangelist, Take Step. Vivek Raghavan is the Chief Product Manager and Biometric Architect at the Unique Identification Authority of India. He has spent over 20 years in the field of electronic design automation. He also serves as a member of the AI Committee of the Supreme Court of India. Thank you, sir. The next panel I'm going to introduce is Dr. C.S. Murthy, Group Director from ISRO. Dr. C.S. Murthy has 25 years of experience in remote sensing and GIS applications in agriculture. He is specialized in crop making and multi-sensor data, satellite-based vegetation indices, smart saplings techniques, impact assessment of abnormal weather and such. Thank you, sir. Now I request Vivek sir to please start the plenary with his opening comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kiran, and thank you very much, Ramesh and PJN for inviting me over. And it's such a joy to see the center formally taking shape. I spent some time as an advisor with them over the last many months. So it is a fantastic joy to see the center taking shape. And it's such a even greater joy to be moderating this panel with such a wonderful set of panelists here. So let me just start by kind of setting the objectives of what we want to achieve over the next 1 hour. The idea is really to deliberate on the opportunities and the challenges of what needs to be done when we talk about AI. I think all of us have different level of understanding of this word AI, and we all know the words because it's the buzzword, so to say. But let's deliberate over the next 1 hour between the panel here is to understand what does it mean, especially from the perspective of social impact, society at large. What does it mean for NGOs and things like that? But before I get to setting the context and starting the conversation, I just wanted to delve a little bit more to let you know what value each of these panelists bring. And I think Kiran did talk briefly about the panel who is here. Ganesh, who's a dear friend, and we've been working in many areas on the impact side, and someone who brings a lot of knowledge from the corporate world to the social impact space, with his work at 5F World, with all of the consulting that he does. He sits on the board of SBI, he sits on the board of Global Talent Track, AVPN, many multiple organizations. He chairs a few of those organizations. He's been associated with, many industry bodies. So a lot of rich knowledge, and we will try and benefit today. And Dr. Vivek, again, if we talk about scale, I don't think there's any example in the world which is bigger than the UID Aadhaar that he was been part of. He's been the architect behind that, and many others. That's not just been one. And we will learn from him about how those are things that happen. And last but not the least is Dr. Murthy, who's going to bring a very different perspective from ISRO about how some of this is going to get is being used already, and what can be things we can learn from agriculture, how satellites and AI coming together. So thank you very much to all three of you who've joined us today. And I think the key that we want to, and I want to focus on working with the three of you over the next 45, 50 minutes, is to really see what does AI mean, to set the context. A lot of us feel that AI is like a silver bullet. We talk about AI and, whoosh, the problem is going to get solved and we've got the solution. So is it the silver bullet? Is it something that is going to help tackle some of these problems so easily, or is there work to be done? So I think that's one context I think hopefully we should take away from our conversation today. How does AI overlap with the 17 SDGs? The development sector today is really trying to map everything down to the SDGs. So is AI applicable to all 17? Is it applicable to a few of them? Can it be made applicable to all of them? Where's the intersection of the two? We should probably spend some time today talking about. And right now, data, and I think in the roundtable we were talking about a little earlier, one of the key ingredients for a good AI rollout has to be the data. So where are we today and what can be done and what's the role it plays? And then data has its own challenges, not just the availability, but what's the quality of the data? Where does it rest? What's the privacy and all of that pieces? And with any other technology that is deployed, how do you scale it? Where is the method for scaling and successful implementation? So I think that's the context that we want to use this. And let me get started with Ganesh, with you first. Everyone talks about AI, like I said, is it something which is emerging? Is it something which is arrived? Is it something which is esoteric and futuristic? Where are we on this journey of AI? And if you can help set the larger context, and then we'll kind of get the other two panelists also to give opening remarks, and then we'll get started.
Thank you very much, Vivek, and good afternoon to all of you. And it's a real pleasure for me to be back here because I don't know how many years that was, but I was here for the inauguration of IIIT in Hyderabad when my very good friend Ajay Sani was, of course, the IAS officer in charge of this. And it's amazing to see, sir, how much it's grown and how many new things you're doing. It's absolutely fabulous. I'm also privileged to be sitting with Vivek, who's my co-chair for what is called the TIE Global Social Enterprises Group, where we actually work with social enterprises around the world and get the entrepreneur community of TIE Global to really look at mentoring them, funding them, etc. So it's been a great partnership. And of course, I mean, what better panelists than somebody from ISRO, which we're all so proud of. And in every talk I do not mention Aadhaar and UID because it's kind of changed the face of what we're doing. And today with the India Stack and UPI and everything else, even in State Bank, we're very proud of the super app called YONO, which to the best of estimates would be valued at $40 billion if it listed as a separate fintech. But I mean, UPI is, forgive my French, but it's beating the pants off everybody because that is the democratization of everything that works in this country. So it's amazing. So let me just take maybe a few minutes and let me start with the story. One company or one entity that Vivek did not mention, which I'm extremely proud of being a part of, is this entity called Educate Girls. It's called the Foundation for Educating Girls Globally, set up an absolutely wonderful woman called Safina Hussain 15 years ago. And let me tell you the story there. What we do is we work with underprivileged rural communities in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. The job is to ensure that we put the girl child back into schools and make them stay there. Now, it's more difficult than you would imagine because especially during COVID, there have been so many reasons to pull the girl out of school. And sadly, once the girl got pulled out of school, so many reasons not to send her back. Okay, and I won't even go there. And this is something that's been worrying us for the last year and a half. And I joined Safina's board primarily to bring in data, analytics, AI, ML experience. And I remember asking Safina, look, I mean, you're an NGO. How much money will you really spend on this stuff? She said, how much will it take? So I very facetiously said, oh, at least 6 to 7 crores. This year, we would have invested 10 crores in AI and machine learning and counting. Of course, I mean, you could argue that, I mean, that is the best funded entity in the social sector in this country. I don't know if Safina will allow me to say this, but we have over $100 million in funding. And very big funders kind of line up to fund Educate Girls. Surely because in every lens, whether it's gender, rural, India, everything it kind of ticks. But the point I want to make is, today, if you look at Pali, Rajasthan, which is one of the areas we operate in, I mean, AI is helping us to figure out not only why somebody dropped out of school, which of course is important, but more important, we are now being able to do predictive analytics to say when this person will drop out of school based on multivarious parameters. Okay, economic capability is just one of them, but the psychology of the parent, the quality of the school, the affinity of the teacher with the student, etc. So all these varied the models are being built. And now we are working almost on 52 models of machine learning, which can actually predict that if it works in Pali, Rajasthan, can it work in the most rural parts of UP, especially Eastern UP and Madhya Pradesh? So this is just one example. But now backtracking a little and giving you what I think is important. I'm glad you mentioned SDGs, Vivek, because today the sustainable development goals, all 17 of them, I mean, we aren't even scratching the surface there. Okay, fortunately, Prime Minister Modi talked about by 2070, India will be net zero. And so at least the climate change thing is being picked, at least, if not properly addressed. But if you look at right from the openings of zero poverty and no hunger, you walk it through education, skills, climate change, water, natural resources, all the way down to the last 17th SDG, which is perfect collaborations. I think we have a long way to get there. The second thing is, I mean, today, every corporate seminar you see, and I'm coming from one 2 days ago, is on ESG. It's almost as though all corporates suddenly discovered that environment, social, and governance are important. I mean, I ran companies for the last 25 years where we just focused on what in those days was fashionable to call the triple bottom line. That it's not just profits you focus on, but people and planet. And I think most of the shareholder value we built was not because we made great profits, but because we could demonstrate that employees as well as partners who focused on people and doing good work in society could actually have, I mean, in this era where IT people are like dropping off from like leaves from their organizations, people who actually found a purpose and a social cause stayed on in the organization. I mean, there was a time in Zensar at 8,000 people level, our attrition was as low as 3%. And people will say, oh, are you paying too much money? We said, no, we are in the 40th percentile of paying. But people love to work for us because of P&P, not profit, people and profit. So I think in this country, we need to engage the 300 million citizens who are looking for jobs, and that's probably the highest we've seen for a long time. The 50 million people who have moved into poverty in the last 2 years, thanks to COVID and other reasons. And most important, everybody, whether it's a corporate, whether it is big foundations like BMGF or Michael and Susan Dell Foundation or Rockefeller, and say, boss, this is the focus area we have to do. And to answer your question, Vivek, and I'll stop here and maybe we can discuss more as we go along. In every social entity which is doing great work, I think anybody who scales is looking for data. I mean, my friend Meera Shenoy is here, who's does such fantastic work working with people with disabilities. But as she scales, as Meera scales, or for that matter, a Shine Mystery of Teach for India scales, without that huge data analysis element, we won't be able to succeed. Having said that, fortunately, ICRI here in Delhi, I mean, I think a couple of years ago, did this fabulous research on saying how AI and ML is actually impacting every one of those 17 SDGs. And it's there on, I mean, you just have to Google ICRI and you'll get it. So, but I was just going through it yesterday. Fascinating. I mean, whether, better, I mean, what does better, I mean, more poverty mean? They are talking about 7 countries in Africa which are able to now day and night monitoring of poverty potential areas and being able to predict when it will happen, and agriculture and so on. I won't take time on this right now, but you will see each one of the 17 SDGs and so AI and ML is getting. There are, of course, flip sides to AI and ML. I mean, I was talking to Niti Aayog just a couple of weeks ago, and we said, look, if we get overexcited about AI and fall into the trap of autonomous AI, AI can take all jobs away, except probably for yours, sir, and people who are in the social sector, because you still need that human touch. But most of the jobs that you see in IT, etc., will get taken up. But what we need in this country, don't forget the 300 million people looking for jobs, is assistive AI, augmentative AI, value-adding AI, analytical AI, predictive AI, like I said about Educate Girls. If we look at it from that point of view, AI can be a boon, but if we misuse AI, it can be a demographic disaster. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ganesh. And I think that's a good perspective, especially, especially also the example that you took about Educate Girls. And we know the fantastic work they are doing and how I think there is a role for AI to play with every SDG. And I think it needs to be handled cautiously and managed properly so that it kind of gets us the best value out of it and doesn't take us into, as you called it, the trap. And you touched upon scale, and I'd like to kind of request Dr. Vivek to talk to us about scale. And like I said, there can't be a better example of scale than the whole UID platform that he was part of many years ago. And we are talking about all of this as emerging today. And I think when you were working on it, what, 10, 15 years ago, we hadn't even heard in most corporate circles or most panels like this. This was kind of some buzzword, crystal ball gazing, something that people were talking about will happen at some point in time. And at that time, you were talking about a model, scalable, and all of that. So I'd like you to give us a little bit of your opening remarks, especially focused on scalability from your perspective, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Vivek. And I think I'm going to actually talk about a very specific thing that I've been working on recently, and it is a challenge that and a specific problem. And so in the last couple of years, we've been working on how to actually, one of the interesting things that one of the interesting promises of AI is the ability of people to express themselves in their own language. Okay, that's something that actually allows basically expands the access to information, expands the access to be able to communicate with others. And this is something that and at least this is one of the things that where it's very clear that if we play this right, the things will become available to people at a much larger scale. So the question that we were trying to answer was, why can't all the things, and as you see in English, obviously many of the things are happening in kind of at a there's a whole bunch of kind of NLP and NLG and all kinds of interesting things, question answering, all kinds of things where AI is actually making an impact. But the question is, why should that be true in English? Why cannot every Indian language have that same access to AI? And that is something that was a problem that we said, okay, let's try and look at it. And if we did that, would it make India a more inclusive country? Would it give people more access to opportunities and better better outcomes? And I think so. Therefore, that's where we started. We said, okay, now we saw that when you look at, and I'm now going to take a little bit more of an engineering tack in the sense that why are all of these things available in English? Why is it not available? Let's start with Hindi. Why is it not available in the 22 scheduled languages, and why is it not available in the 700 dialects in the country? And that's the question that that we said that's really a question that we wanted to try and answer. And if we were to do this, what is the way to do something like that, right? And I think the question was, and so therefore, and we said, okay, let's try to figure out that. Okay, we know that in AI, data is extremely important. How do we get data that actually can actually help to solve these kinds of problems? How do we get everybody to collaborate, right? I mean, obviously, the companies that are most successful in AI, and we don't even think about it, are the companies which basically, where you basically voluntarily give your data to those people, and they build the best models in the world. But the question is that is language something so fundamental that we need to actually make sure that all our languages are actually at the same footing in English? Or for example, if a child first, you can think about first, experiences a computer, is it a choice between being in English or accessing the So therefore, if either you're saying I'm going to be in mother tongue, I'm going to be away from the computer, or I'm going to learn English and I'm going to be on the computer. And so therefore, this is really something that is at a very, very fundamental level is something that. And so therefore, we said, how should we tackle a problem like this, right? And I think that the intent is that I've had some experience about certain problems with scale and stuff like that. We said, this is a place, this is a way that where we have to get everybody involved, right? And we have to access all the hidden sources of data that we have, and we have to put it to work to actually solve these things. The good news is that many of the latest innovations in building models and building things are actually open sourced. And if I actually have massive amounts of data, these are problems, and there are so many young people today who are very sophisticated in building models and doing things like that. So if we actually figure out interesting and clever ways of getting this data in our own languages to actually, and so therefore we started off that way. And we said, okay, then, it grew. We talked to a number of different people. Then, of course, we got involved with the National Language Mission itself. And this is something that I think that we are now, I believe that we are well on our way to a place where that in the next in the next 2 years, where we can be in a situation where all the kinds of things that are available in English will also be freely available, and freely available in a sense in an open source fashion for people to use, whether it is a government or whether it is an NGO or whether it is a commercial company to use these kinds of technologies. And we want to build this in a form by which is a completely open method. So it's actually an open system where everybody can actually you can submit things. They all work together with each other. They are benchmarked, and actually it's really a way to actually kind of get everybody working together in a collaborative manner to make our languages. And of course, language is a very emotive thing, right? So people want to actually do things to improve their language and to make more things available in their language. And so therefore, working with language communities, working with and I think that's a very interesting approach to try and solve this problem. And we do believe that already we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, that things that AI in Indian languages, whether it is speech recognition or whether it's translation or whether it is summarization and all of these things are beginning to come, and we're actually trying to put this together in a system where researchers, enthusiasts, students, everybody can just work together to actually try and solve this problem. And the intent is to create a horizontal system that anybody can use, right? Not specifically, and I think that will basically improve inclusion in society. So I've kept it very focused. So therefore, this is something that we've been working on for the past couple of years at the Ekster Foundation, and to architect in a manner and actually working in collaboration with lots of places, including IIIT, to actually build some of these systems.
Fantastic perspective. And I think, the intersection that you brought, that scalability, for scalability to be done, ground level connect through language is a very, very critical angle. And I'm so glad that at our center also we recognize that, and there are a few projects that are already in kind of work in progress there to see how language and how translation is going to make a big difference, because I think you have kind of very well enumerated that that's really going to make a big difference when we talk about scale. Now, for a minute, if we were to kind of get a little more specific and see how application, how usage of that has already been done. I know it's already been done in both Educate Girls example that Ganesh talked about, or Ekstep and UID that you talked about, but slightly going away, I'd kind of at this point request Dr. Murthy to kind of talk to us a little from an ISRO perspective on how all of this is being used in satellite, in agriculture, in areas which are so critical for us in India, where a lot of our economy, population is all dependent on that. So help us with your opening remarks with that context.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers for giving this opportunity. And the next important thing, after seeing the title, the technology and society, this is very, very touching to us. The father of Indian space, Professor Vikram Sarabhai, hope you may be seeing the Rocket Boys web series. So the goal set 40 years back was space technology for society, for societal benefits. So that is the mandate with which we are working even today. And that is our priority. Coming to the technology and society, and agriculture and society are closely related. 50% of workforce is agriculture. And I belong to agriculture team. Therefore, this is even more touching to me. And I feel really privileged to be here and make some of my observations on this particular theme. Friends, today, agriculture is in crisis Indian agriculture is in crisis. Why? There are three major challenges agriculture sector is facing today. One is food security. Food is not rice and wheat grains. It is something else. There are pulses, which are protein-rich foods. We are running shortage of pulses. We are importing pulses. So food security and then income security to the farmers. Farmers are leaving the profession and they are migrating to the thing because agriculture is becoming less income, and federal government and state governments are taking a lot of initiatives. The third and the most important thing, which is applicable to entire globe, is the climate resiliency. So these three challenges, and the first two challenges are very, very specific to Indian context because of various reasons. So what is required today is, it is now well established, it is now well talked about, everybody knows, even a non-agriculture person also knows. What requires is the smart agriculture solutions. How do we get this? So data-centric technologies plays a very, very important role in bringing out smart agriculture solutions. So now what is this data? Data from multiple sources. Today, the Indian agriculture has got a lot of inherent potential. Our East Indian is like a sleeping giant. There is a lot of scope to enhance the productivity in the East Indian states. So what I mean to say is that, so to enhance, to unlock the potential of agriculture value chain, we require data, we require new information, new knowledge, new tools for informed decision making from farmer to policy makers. So when you talk about data, one of the important sources of data, producing the data in a cost-effective manner with a synoptic coverage. So it is a remote sensing technology. So let it be through satellites or let it be through drones. But satellite remote sensing, which is there in existence for the last more than 40 years. Today, the modern remote sensing, we call it modern remote sensing, is characterized by providing the data of moderate resolutions of 10 to 20 meters and with enhanced frequency. That means you are getting the coverage, a given area is imaged once in 5 days. So your frequency of observation has gone tremendously up. And then the swath, each image, it covers 300 kilometers by 300 kilometers. That means a particular state is covered by 2 scenes. And then the spectral resolutions. So with the kind of spectral resolutions what you have today, you can generate a variety of indices. So you can monitor water bodies, you can monitor the health of forests, you can map the crops, crop monitoring, crop health, and weather extremes. You can map the flood areas, inundated areas, you can map the lodged areas. Because of heavy wind speed, the crops gets lodged, damaged. So this is the potential of remote sensing today. Added to that, there is a drone technology. You know, drone technology is fast emerging. Recent government of India's drone policy. So if there is a good synergy between the drones and satellites, I think you can bring a lot of solutions. The third important source of data is the smartphones. Smartphones have really revolutionized the way remote sensing revolutionized. Smartphones have revolutionized the technology. It is a very effective way of collecting the field information and reporting and all these kinds of things. So with the convergence of these technologies, there is an opportunity to provide a number of solutions in the agriculture value chain. So this is the only sector where there is a lot of space for innovations. If you take the agriculture value chain, so there are a number of problem statements are available in agriculture value chain. So a data science person, you can take one problem statement and develop some innovation. Of course, the recent innovations from NRSC, National Remote Sensing Center, is a transformative crop insurance solution. We found a solution to crop insurance system in the country, avoiding the manual assessments of crop losses. It is a completely data-driven and evidence-based crop loss assessment and crop insurance solution. First time it was implemented in West Bengal state. This is the second year of implementation. So we want to scale it up, these kind of solutions. Like this, there are so many other solutions. Let us take the crop waste. Bioenergy is one important area where a lot of crop residues are getting wasted. So from these crop residues, you can generate second generation ethanol that is useful for, bioethanol policy and so on. So there is a lot of potential And right now, today, the ecosystem is very, very favorable for bringing about using these data-centric technologies and developing digital solutions or digital transformation. So my last remark is that, as he said, AI is not a bullet. AI ML is going to be reality in Indian agriculture because the way the things are happening in the private industry and government industry, it's going to be reality very, very shortly. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Murthy. And I think here's a classic example of how, it has been used. So it's no longer that esoteric or futuristic. Here's what's happened. And I think, I'd like to spend a few minutes requesting each of you to kind of, from your experiences over the last many years, both as a technology leader and also being in the development sector, look at one case or one example of where, in your view, AI has been used, where it's really worked, and what's holding things back, what's going on. But we'll come to the challenge in a minute. But if we can spend a minute, because a lot of us sometimes wonder that, okay, at a very high level, 35,000 feet, AI should be used in agriculture, should be used in education, should be used in multiple other areas, 17 SDGs. But let's just see if any of you or each of you can help with a specific example that here's an organization that you were part of, or of, or you heard of, who used this. Any such thoughts that come to mind? Anyone can share? Ganesh, Vivek.
No, let me give you a couple of quick examples. One is, of course, the company I was running for 15 years, Zensar Technologies. I mean, we built our entire growth story based on digital success and obviously the logical. I mean, if you look at digital, for those of you who are not aware of how to think about it, I mean, the core stuff we all know about, what they call the SMAC stack, social mobility, analytics, cloud. But today, what is really exciting about digital is what Zuckerberg calls metaverse, which means that you can completely have alternative, immersive universes in which, I mean, it's, again, if you look at it from a social sector point of view, you say, do we really want our children to spend 15 hours a day immersed in some universe, which is unreal? But for instance, I mean, in Zensar, I mean, we had actually discovered an entity called Second Life. I don't know if any of you have seen it 10 years ago, which was like this alternate universe. So a lot of shy people, who don't really like to come for interviews, etc. So we said, let's create a site which will use a lot of AI to invite people whom we think are outstanding employees for the organization and tell them to not come to our campus in Pune, but just visit us on the fabulous campus we had set up on Second Life. Second Life is like your classic metaverse alternate reality. So you could actually don an avatar, which really means that somebody wants to think that he's James Bond, will come as James Bond, doesn't matter. So James Bond gets interviewed by the HR person. And the HR person is this lady with wings on her back, and she's this classic, lovely fairy that talks to you, etc. And we actually hired, you will not believe, 12 people like that. So people who really got excited about the concept of the company, our purpose, etc., on Second Life, and then finally said, "But is this for real? Am I going to get a job?" We said, "Yeah, sure." And thank God in those days, Bitcoin was not there, nor was RBI's e-Rupaya or whatever we call it nowadays. But we said, "Yeah, sure. Now it's time for you to show up on our campus. You can come to our DLF Gachibowli Center in Hyderabad, or of course to Pune or wherever else, and we'll give you a job." So James Bond takes off his costume and actually shows up. And I mean, we actually found it amazing. So, I mean, this is a classic example of AI. So we could predict who would be a good fit, reach out to them, use a lot of analytics to guide the interviewer to ask the right questions. We were actually wooing them because we wanted them to join. So that's one example. And of course, the other example is something that I'm spending 50% of my time on today, which is called Lighthouse Communities Foundation, which we set up initially in Pune as a beautiful collaboration between the municipal corporation and civil society and the corporate sector and us. When I say us, it's a board of 12 of us, including the former chairman of State Bank of India, Rajneesh Kumar, and all the industry leaders. And there we are using extensive technology because our goal is 1 million of those 300 million people that I mentioned who are out of work. 1 million people, meaning 4 million households, should get transformed because of us. So we actually catch youngsters from 18 to, we're all urban slum youth. I mean, I don't know how many of you know, like in the city of Pune, or Pune Municipal Corporation has 540 urban slums. And when I ask my industry leader friends in Pune, and we all live in Pune, they say, yeah, there must be some 40, 50, but nobody knows the extent of the problem. It's under your nose. But we are now using extensive AI, Google mapping, etc., etc. We know every one of those households in the 540 slum communities. And we are going out there virtually every which way through the mobile phone and saying, we want you to come and join us. And then, of course, we are avoiding making, because the big mistake, I'm sorry if anybody from NSDC is here, the big problem we did in Skills India 2014 was we decided that our superior wisdom, if I have money, I have intent, and I set up a plumbing institute, they shall come. I mean, I know little kids in Dharavi who hop in and out of learning centers. You know, somebody, they'll go for skills somewhere, they'll finish that, have the free lunch, have everything else, finish that, go to the next skill center, and they've learned plumbing, they've learned carpentry, they've learned some IT skills, and they never want to work because I mean, government is giving us money to get skilled, not to work. Reminds me of my first hire in Saudi Arabia. I remember we hired this guy called Al Yusuf, and great, that was localization time. And the fellow shows up in office and his boss told him, okay, here are your responsibilities, here are your KRAs. And Al Yusuf looked at him and saying, are you serious? You are hiring me because of localization. Now you want me to work, then you pay me more money. I mean, and believe me, and you may think I'm being cynical. A lot of Indian kids in urban cities are saying the same thing. Saying, if I need to make money, I'll work for a political party. But if you're going to give me free lunch and coffee, I'll come to your skill center. And we realized this early on, because I remember Mayor Padamji, Rati Forbes and I were doing a lot of social work in Pune. And we realized that, look, hardly 10% are interested. So today our model is, again, identifying what interests the kid. What are his social footprint? What are his habits? And don't assume that a slum kid does not have Facebook and WhatsApp. We probably use it more than you do. Okay. So I'm saying if you do that, then we find that when we call them in, very similar to the Second Life example I gave you, we're finding a meaningful conversation happening. And then, of course, we put them through what we call 3 weeks of agency building, which is just open up your mind, have fun, enjoy the space. And then when they take up a job, so we're finding that 80% of the people we train after agency are taking up a job. And the most important, 80% of that 80% stay in that job after 1 year, which is what is not happening in this country. So this is the model I was telling you about, saying that we should work together on this. But this is the opportunity. So I remember Manish Sisodia came and visited us in Pune. I said, oh my God, I mean, we're doing this great work in Mohalla healthcare clinics and the great schools example that Manish and Atishi Marlena have done in Delhi. I said, can you make this happen for us? We said, sure. And then we said, where is the money? He said, no, we'll give you the money. We said, no, that doesn't work. Because my experience is you take money from government, you're dead. Okay? And you give money to government, both of us are dead. Okay. So we created this amazing model where government will create the buildings, and these are, I mean, if you come to Pune, visit any of our 11 skills lighthouses, I mean, there's facilities like this. Your child would like to go and study there. So we're saying, who are we to say we will have one pokey little hole and call it the skill center because we are catering to the poor? They deserve the best. So we tell the government, boss, you do this. I mean, if you come to our Kalkaji launch on the 8th of March, you will find a center that will blow your mind. Okay. And we're saying the slum youth of Kalkaji, South Delhi deserve it. But then we go raise money from Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, from 40 corporates, and we get them jobs. So it's a virtuous cycle. So the reason I'm saying this is an example is that you have to use AI for targeting what you want to do. But if you, as Yogi Berra said, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Okay, because there's money available, there are people available, and we all think put money and people together and magic will happen. It doesn't happen. This country is an example of that. So sorry, Vivek, I know I answered your question too long, but I'm very passionate about this, that we have to use commonly available technology uncommonly well. Only then will we see success.
And I think the other key thing, Ganesh, I heard you say is to really map the aspirational aspects. And that's where AI is really useful, that we know what they want to do, and then we take them down rather than take them through a mission that we have decided in our own minds for that reason. Over to you, sir, if you have any example that you want to talk about.
Actually, let me talk about an example, which is interesting. It's one of the most low-tech AI things that I have done, but actually it is something that has had a surprising amount of impact. This is actually, and I think the one of the important things to look at it is to, and this leads into something which is +1 thinking. If there is a system, if you can go and make a small intervention in that system without changing much of the other things, you actually end up with getting value. But then to identify those opportunities and doing it is actually some of the challenges that are there. So it's interesting. So a couple of years ago, Ekstep Foundation was invited by the Department of Education in Government of Gujarat to actually, so they actually had a system by which they send weekly tests to school children in government schools, and then the teachers were supposed to kind of, their job was to kind of report back the performance of children. Okay, report back the performance of children, and this is something that they had to do kind of, and there was no understanding of whether this was being done properly or what was happening and stuff like that. And we built actually a very a simple app where there was a certain there was a grading sheet which was there, and all the teacher had to take was they had to take a picture of that sheet. And what would happen is that automatically, because the context was known, it could actually report not just the performance of children, but also kind of link it to the specific learning objective. So now, literally in the last 2 years, there are basically almost like, I think some 350 million data points of students' performance in schools in every subject at a weekly test level. So you can understand what each student is doing and how they're learning. I mean, if you don't know how to do addition this year, how are you going to do multiplication next year? And I think that kind of thing, that understanding, and to be able to put something very small that actually was taken up by the teachers who's in a massive scale, having this kind of data to actually understand learning objectives of children and understanding what are the concepts that are hard for them and things like that. So it's a very, very simple intervention which has led to a dramatic improvement in the understanding of the state of education. And if the children stops learning at an early age, very, very difficult to bring them back to. So that already that piece was there. We did this small intervention from Ekstep Foundation, and it actually dramatically improved the understanding of the educational outcomes. So now it's actually being transformed to multiple other states that this kind of thing that's being there. And I think and so therefore if I want to say, that when you actually make it very well defined, and just do a +1 thinking, you have the ability to get good outcomes at a shorter scale.
And it doesn't need to be a rocket science. What I hear, and in one of the roundtables we were doing at the Raj Reddy Center itself around the new education policy, this came about in a massive manner. The teachers from the rural schools were coming back and saying, as it is, we had a challenge in managing what we were managing, and in the NEP that is getting multiple compounded. Now, how are we going to manage these multiple assessments? And I think if this was done a few years ago, yeah. So here's really futuristic thinking that how AI and how some of these application of the usage of technology can really help solve the problem. So thank you for giving us that example. And Dr. Murthy, if something comes to your mind which you want to share around usage of this.
Yeah, there are some very, very successful and very impactful interventions using the AI. I think you might have heard the photo analytics. So you also might have heard the Plantex or Mahindra and Mahindra's My Agri Guru. These are all the mobile apps. So a farmer simply has to upload the photograph of his crop. That's the thing, by following certain minimal protocols. So at the backend engines, based on that photograph, we can identify what is that crop, what is the stage of the crop, where the crop is located, and what is the weather situation during that period at the time of reporting. And based on that, some advisories are issued to the farmer. So with these weather conditions, such a humid conditions, such a pest is likely to happen. In such case, this is the kind of thing. So this is a successful application of AI, that is a photo analytics and farmer advisory system. The other is that your price advisory system, you might be now today, the information asymmetry about the prices is getting reduced. Farmer is knowing all the things from a single mobile app. In which market, what is the price prevailing? Can he hold it for some time? This kind of advisories. And then the remote sensing satellites today, by looking at the satellites, we are able to track whether a given area is sown or left unsown, or what is the harvest tracking, when that particular area is harvested. So this kind of information, new information products are being generated very, very successfully. These are our classic examples.
And each of these, I'm sure, are creating impact because
Yes.
pricing, like you said, this whole MSP, and farmers not getting the full value for their crop, and and the amazing work which you didn't mention, but I know in the work you're doing around the insurance.
Yes.
The whole crop insurance and the agricultural insurance, I think is going to benefit. I know it's not gotten there as yet. I think the work you people have done is path breaking, but hasn't kind of reached the ground as yet. So you want to talk a little about that insurance?
Yeah,
piece?
yeah, sure, sure. I don't know about the time because of time constraint. I'm
Maybe a
just
couple of
restricting
minutes.
my.
Yeah,
It
maybe a few
only
minutes.
see, we found a big problem to the insurance system where the manual assessments are done to assess the crop losses. So the manual assessments, exaggerated risks, exaggerated insurance payouts. When the payout is high, the premiums go up. When the premiums go up, it is unaffordable. So it has got a cascading effects. So what is the way out for this? So we use the technology, the remote sensing technology. Today, it permits us to monitor the crop from the beginning to the end once in 5 days. So why can't we monitor the crop continuously and assess its health from time to time, take the support of weather data, take the support of smartphone-based real-time field data, and generate an index. This index truly reflects the performance of the crop from time to time. If some calamity occurs, we can map that calamity, map that risk, and we can factor that into the index. So end of the season, it is a technology-driven index-based indemnity assessment. So the manual intervention, the Patwari-based system is eliminated here. It's a purely data-driven, evidence-based approach. So what is the advantage? Since it is completely transparent, point number one, timeliness in the settlement of insurance claims. So government of West Bengal, they conducted a field survey also after this project. They found the satisfaction level of the farmers, how timely the claim settlement is taking place. The second point is that transaction costs are very, very less. So entire remote sensing data today is available at free of cost. You have a lot of data analytics tools in the public domain. So you require some expertise, agriculture expertise is required, data science expertise is required. So the cost of transaction costs have come down. That is the reason why in Bengal, rice insurance for paddy insurance, the premium is 4%, same coastal area where they are not adopting the technology. In Odisha, the premium is 15 to 20%. In Tamil Nadu, again, same coastal area, rice area, premium is 25%. Why these premiums are high? Because the manual assessments, exaggerated risks, exaggerated payouts. It is not the natural risk. It is an artificial risk. It is artificial risk created by the manual assessments. So that is how this technology has transformed the insurance system. It is the first of its kind. I think we have reported this work in an international journal also. It is also published now. So now in the government level, now it is happening. How to scaling up these models for various crops. So this is one success story in the insurance sector.
And what a powerful, successful story. So, kudos to the work you people are doing and making this happen. And, that brings me to the next kind of question I want each of you to reflect on. So we know, what this means, what is artificial intelligence. We know it has a huge rollout possible in all 17 areas, multiple places where we've seen good implementation already done. I'd like each of you to kind of reflect on, do you see this as a massive opportunity, massive challenge? And what's your thoughts? Is it an opportunity? Is it a challenge? And whichever it is, what are your thoughts around it? Why opportunity or why challenge? Maybe a few minutes each, if each of you can reflect on AI for social good, opportunity or challenge.
Let's break the AI and not start.
Okay, so let's start with you.
Okay. Fine. As far as the agriculture domain is concerned, the opportunities are galore. There is no doubt in that. Because every segment of agriculture value chain has got certain problems. So each problem can become an immense opportunity. And every problem statement, it has got huge economic impacts. So let us take your disaster relief programs. Government is spending thousands of crores for relief programs on crop risks and reliefs. And this is one where you can use the technology, you can identify what is actual damage, how much relief is required, where it is required. This is one successful thing where there is a lot of opportunity. And of course, crop risk, crop insurance, what I've done. The second important thing is that farmer advisory system. All these days, we are talking about the farmer advisory for crop management. So now we require a very strong price advisory system for the farmers. So this is a gap area, very important gap area. Then post-harvest management. This is where India is lacking. Then the biofuels, bioenergy, because bioenergy has got multiple benefits, multiplying benefits, because if you want to achieve the green economy, if you want to mix the petrol products with the biofuels, that is one side of the story. The other side of the story is it fetches a lot of income to the farmer. All these crop residues, if they can sell it for biorefineries, either heat generation pellets or second generation petrol, biofuels and all those things. The third important this thing is that it has got a lot of environmental effect. If you look at the Punjab and Haryana, instead of burning, if that biomass is diverted to biorefineries for generating the heat pellets or bioethanols, so it has got multiple benefits. So like this, the opportunities are plenty in the agriculture value chain, but at the same time, the challenges are also there. So the challenges are the data related challenges in agriculture domain, agriculture sector. The data is very, very diverse. It is a qualitative data, quantitative data, secondary data, primary data, subject data, so many things are there. And the data is located in different places. So bringing this data under one platform is a big challenge. That's what we are working now, because I am also part of the Niti Aayog committee. So there are many techniques are available for bringing innovations. The question is the data scarcity, data adequacy, data granularity, and the inconsistencies in the data availability from state to state. One state is very rich in data, another state is very poor in data. So all these things, these are some of the challenges. Of course, these are not a very serious problems. Eventually, we are going to come, because every state is now going for automatic weather stations, increasing the density of these things. And there is satellite meteorology. Using satellite data, we are generating rainfall, wind, and all those things. These problems are going to overcome. These are not a major hurdles. So but there are some challenges.
You see opportunity to be far greater than the challenges, and we have
yes.
We have a roadmap to kind of.
Yes.
So I hear you say that you see this more as an opportunity. Of course, there are challenges. I mean, no opportunity ever comes. I wish there was a day when an opportunity came without challenges, but you see more the positive side than negative.
Yes.
Yeah. Fantastic. And if I may request, sorry.
Yeah. These are the things. For whatever the data related problems, we can find a way out for that. Right. Either we find some other way by using some other technology. For example, if you don't have the high density rainfall data today, we have a lot of satellite meteorology data. You bring it. Because for the last 20 years, 25 years of satellite data, satellite rainfall data is available. Today, soil moisture data is available. Vandersat is producing soil moisture data at 1 meter by 1 meter. So the technology is fast emerging. So we can always find a way out for the data deficiencies. That is not going to be a major hindrance. At least in the state where there are no such deficiencies, there is a plenty of opportunity for demonstrating these new technologies and benefit the farmers.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Vivek, if I was to ask you about, one thing you see as an opportunity or one thing you see as a challenge.
I mean, I think that, the whole world, I think there is a whole bunch of opportunities that are out there. So I think I'd agree with Dr. Murthy that I'm fundamentally an optimist about these technologies and the impact that they can have on various things. But I think as with anything, right, the thing about AI is obviously it's something that has immense power. And therefore, when that happens, that's always there is always a double-edged sword in there, right? So can it be used for something that it is not meant for, or can it be used to actually increase the divide as opposed to bring? Obviously we see that it is used to spread misinformation and that kind of thing is obviously something that we see every day, and so therefore there is always, for any tool that has immense power, I think there is both a opportunity and a risk that is involved there, and I think that some of those things as to understanding, how do we as we move towards the society, understanding about privacy and understanding about I think some of these things are critical for us to think about and figure out ways by which people can actually use their own data to benefit themselves, but at the same time not compromise their privacy. And that's a challenge that we need to think about, and we need to be there. But I think fundamentally, I'm an optimist. The opportunities that this technology offers is exciting and will help us in almost any domain I can think of.
Fantastic. Ganesh, any thoughts?
Just very quickly, I mean, you mentioned opportunity, and looking at my guru, Ajit Rangnekar, sitting here, who did such a magnificent job of building the Indian School of Business. It reminds me, I mean, I think it was 6-7 years back, I was in Harvard Business School, and Bharat Anand was the professor who kind of created this whole HBX model. You know, Harvard, HBX is I'm sure many of you have seen it, and in fact, I see a lot of replicas coming out from SPJN. But the basic premise was that you have a great professor like Michael Porter, okay, who is paid $300,000 to show up anywhere and teach. Why would he teach 70 people on a screen in a studio? And we actually talked to Mike and said, look, he's in, I'll never do it. Then we kind of figured out what is the pain for a professor in Harvard Business School. And I'm sure it's true for IIIT and everywhere else. The pain of the professor in Harvard Business School is if you try and meet the professor within, can I see you for 10 minutes after class? He'll say no. Not because he doesn't like you, because his job is to remember the 80 students who are there in the class and grade them for class participation, etc., etc. The second is that today all of us, I mean, I'm guilty of spending 10 minutes on WhatsApp while we were in the panel. But everybody without exception, especially when you're sitting in a table like that, have your phone under your table and you're looking at WhatsApp. Okay. I mean, it's human nature. Let's not fight it. And no different in the 80 people in Harvard Business School. Similar classroom to what we're sitting here, except it's more circular. And how do you grab attention? How do you even know that fellow is not, because people are now quite capable of typing with their eyes on the professor. I mean, so, like, I mean, they have a competition in China where 8-year-old kids are told how much can you type without making a single mistake, and you'll be amazed how many kids can type for a full paragraph without making a mistake. They're so used to their keyboard. Okay, so then we told Mike, and I remember telling Professor Rosabeth Moss Cantor and many of the the superstar professors of HBX, that how would it be if AI helped you to spot that student number 72 is not focusing on what you're saying and is looking at his phone. And you can ask him a question, saying, you in the green t-shirt. Sorry, I didn't mean you actually. I'm saying, can we ask you a question? Okay. And he said, wow, that sounds interesting. And most important, how would it be that if you could use that $300,000 per hour time and not waste your time grading students? AI will do it for you. Okay, that caught everybody's attention. And it's easy, right? I mean, if you think about it, AI is the magic eye watching every student. It can make out where the body language, etc. You're very quick to do that. So I think that's the opportunity. And I mean, I can give you opportunities galore in every segment. Thank you, sir. I think the agriculture thing was very, very interesting. What is the challenge? What is the risk? The big risk is what they call bias. AI bias can be very unethical at times. I mean, today, anything you post on WhatsApp is known to Facebook. Okay. And you will start seeing stuff on Facebook of stuff that you talked about in WhatsApp, and you think, how did it happen on Facebook? Then you check out ownership and you'll figure out where it happens. Okay. But interestingly, the bias is so funny. Like, I mean, for a long time, I was finding on Amazon that when I was ordering books, because I was researching for my book on India versus China, which we just published 4 months ago. And now we're doing a lot of research on China, the economy, Xi Jinping, Mao Zedong, etc. And I found that everything that Amazon was prompting me was this book on China, that book on China, etc. Well, that's your classic. They think I'm this great Chinese research scholar. They didn't realize I was just 6 months into China because I had to write a book. Okay. So that's your classic, But now one of my hobbies, by the way, is how to fool AIs of all these guys. Okay? Netflix and Amazon have the best AI, by the way. Okay. And I just close with one example. So I remember 6 months back, I watched this very old serial, many of you may have seen it, called Bandish Bandits. And I think it was on something. Okay. And Bandish Bandits is obviously, it's a zany kind of stuff, but also has a lot of classical music. So for some reason, the AI decided that here's a guy who loves classical music. So I'm getting all these, watch this serial, and this is what somebody did, etc. So just to fool the AI, I then watched something called Kali Kali Aankhein. Okay. And Kali Kali Aankhe, no, fortunately AI doesn't know I'm from Bihar. Otherwise they would have realized why I love all those Bihari galis that float out of every mouth and Kali Kali Aankhe. So suddenly I'm not getting any recommendations anymore. So how do you reconcile a guy who watches Bandish Bandits and Kali Kali Aankhe? Okay, I'm saying, but this is the problem that you must be careful about, because you can get painted into a corner saying this is a guy with this preference just because you did something. And I think that's something that people who are designing AI have to be very careful. So I'll stop here. I know we are out of time.
Fantastic. So with that, I'll come to, I know we have, I'd kind of say, let's take a minute each and probably kind of give us a closing remarks. And if possible, one thing that if you can in your closing remarks talk about, is there a fundamental change at a ground level? Is there a structural change that we need to think about, whether it's about this bias, whether it's about something else for this really to become successful? If you have any thoughts, share that. Otherwise, anything you want to kind of talk about in a minute or two as closing remarks around AI and society and, any one of you. So,
no, I'll just take 20 seconds and say, just do it, because AI is not going to go away. Okay, don't think it's evil, don't think it's this, but research. Okay, we have to research what is good, what is feasible. I mean, as I said, if I can help the child, the 8-year-old child in Pali, Rajasthan can help the slum dweller in Kalkaji in Delhi, surely there's something good about it. But at the same time, be careful about all the stuff that I mentioned. So I think if you do that, you'll find it's really, really useful.
Vivek, any?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I'll end with the fact that, I think one of the things that is there is, in many times, AI actually ends up solving the problems for which data exists. And if you think about clever ways of getting data or making data accessible to solve AI problems, then your problems have a better chance of getting solved. So just as a, and how can you build the institutions and other things that actually make data accessible in a form that people it can be used widely to develop solutions.
So data is the key, and
the system, and how do you and it's there everywhere, but it's not in a usable form, right? It's that's the point about and how do you actually make that possible? How do you unlock the data, right? That is from everywhere to actually make things. And there is historical data. There's various other kinds of data, and there's data which in many cases belongs to you, but still you don't have the ability to
see that. And if I was,
I have 2 points here, and with respect to agriculture, if you see the recent years, the acceptance by the stakeholders, the farmers and managers or policy makers, the acceptance to the technology-based information products and services, it is increasing. Even a small and marginal farmer is ready to take the suggestions or solutions from the mobile app. The acceptance level has gone up. The second important point is that since agriculture is a biological system, it is not a physical system. So therefore, what we promote and what we suggest to everybody is that you should not be totally dependent on the data and the technologies, where the domain knowledge should be there, and then there should be a uncertainty modeling is to be ensured at every stage. But one advantage of using these technologies is that uncertainty, if you are able to track, if you are able to assess, if you are able to make it transparent, then that brings a lot of acceptance to the people. So in the manual systems, that uncertainty you are not able to track, you are not able to assess. Whereas in the case of technology, you can assess that uncertainty. You can say, this is my uncertainty in the model. If I say 2000 kgs per hectare is the yield, my uncertainty factor is 500 kgs or 200 kgs, so whatever it may be. So we can build that uncertainty into the system and develop a solution. That makes the system more transparent, and acceptance level will be high. That's the only thing.
And what we measure usually gets impacted and gets changed. So if we find a method to do that, fantastic. Thank you very much. And I think it's been an interesting conversation. I think it's a topic where we can spend a few hours and we'll still be taking a lot of interesting points that will come out. But unfortunately, we had an hour. So thank you very much. And I think very good points that have emerged. And thank you for that. I think key takeaways, as I see it for myself and for us at the center, is translation is a very, very key activity. So anything we do here has to be reaching to the masses. And the only way to do it is to really, not just from a mother tongue language perspective, but what I'm taking away is also translation in terms of what and how well do they understand it. Whether it's the agriculture, what does the farmer need? Are we connecting with them, and are we speaking so-called, the same language, not English and Hindi, but the same language that the farmer understands or a student understands or a rural individual understands. Scale is very important. So whatever we think about, how do we really scale data? I think each one of us talked about data, and that's really a massive area in this. How do we still keep it emotive? How do we still make it such that it still connects at a human level and it doesn't become something which is very robotic in nature, because that's a key. And I think the other things are around climate resiliency. A lot of these new problems that the world is going to face, I think the solutions may lie in a good usage of artificial intelligence and application of that. So thank you very much to each one of you for bringing some outstanding points here. And with that, I'll kind of thank all the panelists and thank IIIT Raj Reddy Center for bringing such thoughts. And I hope all of you have taken some things away from the examples and the thoughts shared here. And with that, I'll hand it over back to Kiran to kind of take the next session forward. Over to you, Kiran. Thank you very much, Ganesh. Thank you, Vivek, and thank you, Dr. Murthy.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a thought-provoking panel discussion. Thank you for enriching us with the experiences. So now it's time to see some emerging innovations impacting the education sector as we work with a lot of startups. So let us begin with the first startup, NextSkills 360. They have developed a unique kit solution that allows a child to learn programming without a computer or any such expensive infrastructure. Let's watch. Yes. Now we are going to play another video from another startup, Worldview Education Services. They have developed a platform which provides the students with various project-based modules themed around various issues the world is facing. Let's watch.
The aspirations of the 21st century teenager are changing rapidly with their ever-changing worldview. Over the last 12 years of working with schools on various learning initiatives, we've witnessed the deep commitment that schools have to ensure our next generation gets the kind of education that empowers them to be the change makers that they aspire to be. We've seen the tremendous struggle that educators face to piece together the various parts of this puzzle of providing opportunities to build skills, to understand the world and prepare for it, and to make a positive impact on our society. All of this while ensuring that there is no distraction from the core academic needs. This is no easy task. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have one consolidated platform that can address a large part of this task seamlessly, supporting and standing with our educators, sharing the burden of delivering the kind of education this generation seeks and deserves? Worldview is excited to introduce to you Terraikul, a comprehensive global digital learning platform for students to find their unique path to have an impact on society based on their interests or based on their time and availability. Terraikul is fully digital, self-paced, inclusive, and caters to a diverse set of interests. Students can develop skills and strengthen their solver profile by taking action on issues that they care about in society. They can get constant support in this process and learn from a host of experts from around the world with bite-sized learning, live sessions, and workshops. Students can also build expertise on a range of 21st century issues with certificate courses from prestigious universities and organizations, internships, entrepreneurship challenges, hackathons, and much more. They get rewarded and recognized for learning, having initiative and courage, and taking action. And that's not all. As your students learn and take action to create change, whether they're at home, at school, or anywhere else in the world, you can see the impact that they are having on one integrated school dashboard. You can see the progress that each of your students are making, the skills that they are developing, and all the small changes they are making to create a big change in the world. So go on and introduce your students to Terraikul and watch your school transform into an engine of positive change in society.
Now, let's watch the video of Project Ask Agastya from Reddy Center in collaboration with Agastya International Foundation. It's an initiative to make learning available to the underprivileged in vernacular language with no access to smartphone. Let's watch.
The Ask Agastya project enables students, especially the rural area students with limited access to teachers, be able to ask questions in their vernacular language and get their answers back in vernacular language using a basic feature phone. This is being developed in collaboration with Agastya Foundation.
బలం అంటే ఏమిటి?
A man in the loop can review and do the quality check of the system responses.
అనే ప్రశ్నకు సమాధానం శారీరక చర్య లేదా కదలిక యొక్క లక్షణంగా బలం లేదా శక్తి. ధన్యవాదాలు.
Great. Now let's watch another project from Reddy Center. It is named as Virtual IoT Labs. This is also in collaboration with Agastya International Foundation. Now, this is an initiative for students to remotely access the physical labs to encourage experiential learning. Let's watch.
Remote triggered labs enable students to remotely access hardware setups and experiment upon them by tuning various parameters and observing their live outputs. Various experiments such as focal length, vanishing rod, conservation of energy, and simple pendulum are carried out in addition to other forthcoming experiments.
We will now have a look at the dashboard that hosts all the experiments. Once the user signs in, all the experiments will be in view, and each experiment has its own theory and a sub-dashboard.
Here is a demonstration for one of the experiments.
So here it is the theory of the experiment. In the experiment, our aim is to calculate the focal length of the lens, the biconvex lens. On then to calculate that, we vary this object distance and image distance to get a sharp image on the screen, and then we use this lens formula to calculate the focal length using these two like by substituting the values. Then we have the dashboard. In dashboard, there are two streams. One is for the cam screen and another is for the object. Then there are two control options. First is to control the object and another one is to control the screen. And like we can use the slider as well as the plus and minus button to adjust the distance. So like if we slide the object distance to 23 centimeter.
As you can observe, we are getting sharp image on the screen window and the focal length is 10.76 centimeters.
Okay, now we are going to hear Dr. Rohit speak about a large-scale impact project from Reddy Center, the school complex digitization project.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Government of India announced a national education policy in 2020, which revolutionizes the higher education and K-12 space in India. It goes away from the 10+2 structure to going from a 5+3+3+4. A lot of changes in the pedagogy and assessment, where teachers are now expected to give a lot of formative assessments and assess students and give them feedback for their learning. Even the pedagogy is changing a lot, with a lot of play-based, discovery-based, inquiry and experiential-based learning being recommended. Now, all these policies look great on paper, but how does the implementation look like, especially in government schools, which is 70% of the schools in India? Let's take, for example, the Kankamanli School Complex, where we're piloting this project. This school complex has 18 schools under it, 12 primary schools, 2 upper primary, and 4 high schools. Right now, the school is 40 minutes away from Supairi, Hyderabad, and our recent visit there, the teachers shared with us the most challenging problems that are being encountered there. First, for 6 grades, that is up primary from 1st to 6th, each school just have one teacher. One teacher expected to teach 6 grades at the same time. They don't have any admin staff, so the teacher also becoming an admin support person, and the teacher also becomes a headmaster who's responsible for administrative duties. Apart from this, like we discussed, a lot of the data being collected at the government school level is all on paper, and there's no digitization of the data. So our efforts right now, through our initial problem scoping with them, was to propose a complete learning and management system at a complex level. A school complex is a combination of 18 schools, which will have primary, middle, and high school, so that any kid from any government school, if I don't have a high school in my village, then I can go to the nearby school complex. What we are proposing is a collection of data to digitize the entire system. We're looking into monitoring academic monitoring, which looks into coverage of syllabus, attendance, evaluation of students' grades through data, through AI, which can really help their effort go low, and also potentially looking at personalized learning, which AI can provide. Apart from that, we're looking into automatic generation of reports, because these teachers are supposed to submit multiple reports every month. So how can we automate that with the data that's already been in the system? Apart from that, how can we enable resource sharing, both human, physical, intellectual, between the different schools as part of one school complex? Access to digital resources, holistic progress card, a digital progress card, which can be accessed also by the parents. Right now, there are very limited systems where the parents can easily access the data or the assessment of their students. Apart from that, digital profiles for faculty and students, especially for the students, so that their complete learning has been tracked from the first standard all the way till 12th. And more importantly, with all of this collection of data, can we give actionable insights to students, parents, headmasters at one school, or headmasters at the whole school complex, and potentially also the Mandal education officer and the district education officer on the various resources, the state of the school, the infrastructure available, and what are the current deficiencies. So we believe a lot can be achieved through digitization, but we need to also be careful, considering what is happening in the schools right now. We need to ensure that the tools that we build have specific constraints, has to be low cost, low technology, and also ease of use has to be very, very easy, so that even people with not a lot of digital literacy can take it up. We're still at the initial state of the process where we're problem scoping, but our goal is to really make it easier for the teachers so that if their administrative load is reduced, they can spend more time on learning, on teaching as recommended by the National Education Policy. Thank you for listening to me. And we are piloting this in one school complex. But if this works out, this can be scaled to many other school complexes across the state and can have a potentially large scale impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rohit. I'm pleased to introduce Shaheen Mistry, the founder and CEO of Teach for India. Shaheen also founded the Akansha Foundation along with Teach for India. She also serves as a committee member for the National Council for Teacher Education. She has earned global recognition for her dedication and commitment to the fight for educational equity. Come, let's watch her speak about the journey of TFI and its impact.
It's wonderful to be here with you all and have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about my work at Teach for India, and specifically to talk about blended learning as the new opportunity. Just by way of quick introduction to our work, Teach for India is a nationwide movement that really believes that all children in India deserve an excellent, equitable education. We do this by running a fellowship where we bring very dedicated, passionate teachers into schools for a 2-year fellowship, and they then go on as alumni to work across the education system, really saying, how do we give each child a truly holistic education, an education that fully unleashes their potential. So with that, let's jump in. I've called this the truth and hope of blended learning. And to start off with, the last 2 years for children, when I think of one word to describe it, have really truly been catastrophic. There have been massive learning losses. There's been an increase in mental health issues. There's been an increase in physical issues with kids, obesity, eye problems from looking at screens. Violence against children has gone up, dropout has gone up, child marriage has gone up. Our children have struggled a lot with almost 2 years of school closure. And as they come back to school, we're all confronted with this very complex puzzle. What do we do to not just help kids catch up, but what is the opportunity to reimagine and strengthen the system fundamentally? Technology, I want to start with this very important thought to me, is one piece of that puzzle. It's not the whole solution, and I'm not a believer that online education can replace the school system or replace the teacher, largely because we really need to redefine education from how we think of it today. Today, largely across our country, we think education is studying academics for exams to be able to get into college. And while that is one important part of education, self-discovering who I am, the livelihood of my choice, we must also expand education to being around the other, how I treat others, how I respect others, how I uplift those around me. And education is also about our country. How do we identify problems and solve them to the things around us in service of our country? So when we redefine education, we understand that technology can play a big role in the self, in content delivery, but we do need to think beyond technology for other in India, and we need to think beyond technology, especially for our most struggling learners who are not self-learners and may not use the opportunities of technology. Ideally, we want to move to a system of blended learning where we're asking two questions. Question 1, what is best done in a physical classroom? And there you have ideas like debating, discussions, group work. And then what is best enabled by technology? And there you often think differentiation and differentiated content. These are things best enabled by technology. So our own experience when the pandemic hit, and then this will be, I'm sure, resonate with so many of you listening, so much changed when the pandemic hit. And for Teach for India, we had to first really create a database and reach our children. Many of them had migrated, many of them had lost internet and signal connectivity. We had to morph into a relief organization. We had to procure hardware for our children. We had to retrain our teachers to be able to teach in this new online space. And we really had to reframe our goals overall, really looking at how can we bring children to school online? How can we engage them? How do we look after their well-being where they're not in front of us? And how can we ensure learning mastery? And as we went through that journey over these past 2 years, we saw some incredible things emerge. We saw grandmothers at home relating stories of their past during history class. We saw Zoom yoga and fitness classes in the morning. We saw kids learning science as they helped their mothers to cook at home. We saw children learning from each other, not just teaching each other, but mentoring each other. And in the evening, sometimes we saw teachers sending a reminder just to end the day with gratitude for the things in your life. So we started seeing really beautiful things happening in the online space. And we began to think, wait a minute, maybe blended learning is the true equalizer, the way to truly reimagine education. 3 big opportunities that I wanted to talk about today. The first is what I call the learning from life shift. We used to pre-pandemic think that learning could only happen in a class. The pandemic taught us that we can learn from life. And so look at the beautiful things that started to happen. You could have quiet reading time. You could have yoga and exercise time at home. You could have art time. You could learn from your mother's cooking. You could have peer-to-peer connection time on the phone where you're helping a peer to learn, and you could end the evening with meditation and gratitude. Suddenly you move from just the blackboard and the textbook to really learning from life. Shift 2 is what I call the Ubuntu shift, after the beautiful African concept that I am because we are. The shift is, we used to think pre-pandemic that the teacher in the front of the class was your teacher and your source of learning. But we learned in the pandemic that you can learn from anywhere and from anything, and really at any time as well. And so you see here that children in the last 2 years were learning art classes online. They were participating in master classes by other children. We saw online parent-teacher meetings. We saw leaders coming into classrooms where kids had not had access before. Beautiful shift. And the third big shift, which I call the personalization shift, the shift from as a teacher, I teach a class, to as a teacher, I meet the needs of each student. What a beautiful shift that is so profoundly impacted by technology. So what might these shifts look like, especially as our schools have started to reopen now? Hopefully, we don't just default back to the pre-pandemic schedule, which, as all of us know, was assembly, subjects, break, break again. But the new schedule becomes very interesting because in class, we're thinking about things that are best done in class. For example, in language, we're doing a debate. but maybe at home, we read the material needed for the debate. In the evenings, we're actually thinking about ways that we can do projects and learn from projects. Maybe we're learning meditation, maybe we're doing good deeds and recording them. Maybe we have quiet time that's building the learning of self-reading as well. So the new schedule offers tremendous potential and power. Finally, what is it going to make? What is it going to take to really make this happen? And I think this is possibly the most important slide that I will share with you today. It's going to require great commitment, and it's not going to be an easy journey to get to that vision of blended learning for all children. First thing, we're going to need to take the gaps of the last 2 years really seriously, be thoughtful and invest in them. This is not a 1-month fix. Kids are not going to come back and forget all the trauma and loss that happened in the last 2 years. Secondly, the invitation is to really look at the research on learning gaps. Around the world, we have come to know that to be able to bridge gaps, we need smaller groups, we need volunteers, we need to reduce content, we need to provide socio-emotional support. So really following the research is going to be very important. The third is 60% of our kids still across India don't have access. If we're serious about blended learning, we have to not just give our children textbooks, we need to give them tabs as well. The fourth is we can't just give tabs and assume that everything will work. We have to make a serious commitment in teacher training for this new blended world. The fifth is we have to think now of our parents as partners in the learning process, especially for our younger children. The sixth, we have to encourage innovation. This is a time of great change and great difficulty for teachers and students. How do we keep the bar high? How do we learn from experiments that are working? How do we really celebrate bright spots, give people the freedom that they need to innovate? And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to make our children partners in this work. They understand technology much better than all of us put together. How do we really bring them in to be able to not just drive their own learning, but the learning of others? And so with that, just want to say a big thank you for this time and leave you with 3 websites, all Teach for India projects. The first is our main website. The second talks a lot about our work with student leadership. And the third is an open source free teacher training platform. We're hopeful that we can continue to engage together as partners in this work. Thank you very much.
Indeed, it is thrilling to listen Shaheen ma'am speak about redefining education by way of blended learning, role every stakeholder can play, and possibilities technology can have. Now, I take the privilege to invite second plenary speakers. Challenges at the bottom of the pyramid. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Amirullah Khan, Research Director, CDPP. Dr. Amir is a professional economist. He has worked for the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and the UNDP at Project Large. He is the former Deputy Director and Policy Advisor to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He was also a member in the Telangana Government's Commission. He is going to moderate this panel with the other dignitaries. Now I request Amir sir to please come onto the stage and occupy the distinguished chair. Now, I introduce Mr. Ramji Raghavan, the founder and CEO of Agastya International Foundation. Mr. Ramji is also the founder and chairperson for Navam Innovation Foundation. Ramji also has served as a member of the Central Advisory Board of Education, Government of India. He has also served as a member of the Working Group of Prime Minister, National Knowledge Commission. He has joined us virtually. Hello, Ramji sir, we welcome you to the panel.
Hello, and thank you very much. So I've been asked to speak about some of the challenges in terms of taking education, STEM education, to the
Yes,
bottom
sir.
of the pyramid?
Yes, sir. We would love to listen from you. Just so that before, let me invite other dignitaries in the dais as well.
Okay.
Great. Then I would like to introduce Meera Shenoy, founder Youth for Jobs. She is well recognized as a pioneer in market-linked skill trainings for rural, tribal, and disabled youth. She was also senior advisor, UNDP, Youth Skilling. Meera Shenoy began her work in skilling as executive director of EGMM. Today, it is recognized as the country's best mark-linked state government skilling mission. Thank you, ma'am. The next panel I'm going to introduce is Manoj Gopalakrishna, CEO, Care India Organization. Mr. Manoj has over 25 years of leadership experience globally. He has worked with Becton Dickinson & Co. as its managing director, leading its South Asia operations. Mr. Manoj is also the co-founder and chairman of Prasala Healthcare and a very active participant in the health tech startup ecosystem. Thank you, sir. Now I request Amir sir to please start the plenary with his opening comments.
Thanks so much. Thanks everybody for staying for our panel. You know, the reason I am excited with this is because Meera is there with me. But otherwise, you know, the last couple of years have shown to us the enormous responsibility, and I'm choosing my words very carefully, the enormous responsibility that people in this room have, and in some sense have shirked when this disaster hit us. Each time we saw people walking back home a few thousand kilometers, or people dying on footpaths waiting for hospital admissions, or policemen carrying out their duties without proper safety equipment, or doctors dying, inventories running out, stocks of injections running out, and then we didn't have injections themselves. And not to speak of whatever happened at cremation grounds and burial grounds. Each time we saw those images, each one of us felt horribly guilty. Well, I think that is where our entire learning failed us. We who were supposed to solve these simple problems with simple technology that has existed in our laboratories and in our universities for at least 20 years. We could not reach it out there, and people died. That is why I think it is so important that the Raj Reddy Center has been set up and has decided to get all of us together to take this forward, to first give a knock on our heads for us to assume our responsibilities, and then to take it forward. You saw where it worked magically. When some of civil society came in to solve some of these problems with simple apps for oxygen cylinders, for concentrators. It was magical. And suddenly people were rescued. Just when they were dying and gasping for their last breaths, there was a WhatsApp message that went out, and somebody rushed in with a cylinder. Somebody rushed in with some injection, and we saw the power of technology in being able to save a hopelessly broken health system. You saw the same magic work in education. One of the things that people like me were so overwhelmed with was the fact that our entire teaching community, which for the last 2000 years has taught with one pedagogical system, which is a chalk piece and a blackboard, was told on one fateful day of March that from tomorrow you will shift to online teaching. Here were teachers who who didn't even have their own telephones. Forget about tablets and laptops and heavy duty computer systems with cameras and whatever. But almost overnight, and most of us thought that this is hopeless. This is going to be a 0 year. It will be a wasted year. How are we going to move from blackboards that we had been using for at least the last 200 years to PowerPoint slides on fancy platforms that some of us had never heard of? I mean, so how many of us had heard of a Zoom before March 2020 or 19? And here we were almost the next week. Every single teacher or most teachers in very poor schools ready with basic slides, with classrooms on simple platforms, somehow trying to teach young students. Most of these teachers had never used machines, and they were working on shared smartphones, a smartphone they were sharing with their entire family. And they rescued, for a bunch of our students, they rescued an entire 2 years. It was technology coming out at its best and its loudest, by way of ensuring that at least a bulk of our students did not waste 2 years. We still could not help about 50% of our children or more who did not even have that one shared telephone. So in a lot of ways, this is a very, this conference is so timely because it puts this entire tragedy right in front of us and also shows us the way out. Simple, inexpensive, efficient ways out. So congratulations to all of you who were part of this journey over the last 2 years. I know a lot of you were, both in the healthcare sector, in all the three sectors we are talking about today: livelihoods, healthcare, and education. I didn't even mention livelihoods, those millions of people who just lost their jobs, and some horribly so, people who are not even paid for work that they had done during February and March. So we were a very sad society a couple of years ago, and the only silver lining was how most of us used the technology at our disposal to reach out in circumstances where we could not have reached out physically. Three of those champions are here in this panel, and that's why this is such an eminent and such an honor to have the three of them here, who found solutions on the run and implemented it at large scale across the country. Let me, begin because the entire focus was on healthcare for the last couple of years. Let me begin with somebody who I have known for years, who did such phenomenal work in every healthcare sector, hospital, pharma, all of that. Manoj been one of our most eminent leaders in this space, and thanks Manoj for joining us today. Manoj, your take on how do we look at this completely broken system? And as Sujata Rao's famous book said, do we care? I mean, she titled it so evocatively. Do we even care for those who suffer morbidity and mortality? How do we take that, and with the few people like you and the absolutely wonderful work that you have done, how do we transform this sector? How do we ensure that something as horrible as this doesn't happen ever again?
Thanks for having me on this panel. And this is the first conference that I am attending in the physical mode in possibly 2 years' time. So, the question that you posed is something which I've been asking myself almost like every day. So if you really look at the way the health sector has been really growing, in fact, I had the privilege of being in this sector for almost like now 3 decades. So we have seen the kind of journeys that happened, and more important, the journeys that didn't happen. So, the consequence of that was seen in the worst form during the COVID. So everybody knew that health is important. Like, I've been part of various consultative meetings where we talked about how do we increase the healthcare investment from 1.5% of the GDP to 5%, and what should be the kind of focus. And some journeys happened, especially if you look at the private healthcare delivery, especially the healthcare that we have access to, especially living in large cities, has improved substantially. The hospital-based care has grown substantially. The National Rural Health Mission has again put in some infrastructure. But when we were really hit with crisis, in the month of May last year, when our own friends asked for a hospital bed, that's when we realized that how inadequate we have. When they ask for a ventilator supported bed, it's not available. And that's when actually we actually in care as an NGO, we've never run a hospital, but we said, okay, let's really put a 200 bedded hospital within 2 days. And the question was that, will we get doctors? Will we get equipment? Everything happened. So my question to myself has been, if we can really make this happen in 48 hours, why can't we really do it systematically? So there are some clear challenges when we look at the rural healthcare delivery. So of course, one, always we talk a lot about it, sometimes overdo it, is the need for product innovation. Do we have the right product needed? That's one conversation which comes in. Second is, of course, is that do we have the providers? I think we have a big gap of providers. If we look at the doctor density in urban versus rural, we have a significant gap. And then the service delivery, I think that's completely broken. So if I just take one example to illustrate, I'm just moving away from COVID for a second. CARE is a large program for supporting weak newborn care babies, especially in the state of Bihar. So you look at maybe babies who are below 1,000 grams. And then how do you support that mother? So I will just narrate one field visit where actually I was with one of the mothers along with the ASHA worker and the Anganwadi worker, the frontline health workers. So actually this lady had a baby, given birth some 15 days back. Baby was weighing 800 grams, survived. And then there is a follow-up mechanism which has been set up by the government and supported by us. And ultimately, this baby was not feeling well, was not feeding well. So I think the mother wanted her to be taken to a doctor. So the question was that, okay, where do we take her? Everybody was giving her advice. The nearest hospital didn't had a pediatrician available. So this place that I'm talking about is a village in the Gopalganj district. So finally, the father of the baby said, okay, I am going to borrow the money and take the child to meet a private healthcare facility. So I think that's the tragedy. So the thing is that you don't have provider at the right place. And then how do you triage? Like, if you recognize that there is a problem with somebody at the village level, how do I work on the referral? I think there has been a lot of improvements, but I think the journey that we need to do is a lot more faster. And if you see, do we have the technology tools? I will say that we always have the technology tools. Do we have the investment? We have the investment. But I think possibly what is a missing link is the management. So I think how do we really build in the right management capacity at various levels? I think that continues to be the kind of focus that we need to really build in, besides getting large number of doctors. That's going to be at least a 10 to 15 years journey, because we are not going to create all these providers in 15 years. But I think with what we have, how do we structure optimally the kind of delivery system? I think there has to be very solid thinking that needs to happen, because COVID is not the last pandemic. We need to be really prepared with living in a different world, and we have to really strengthen the system for that.
Thanks, Manoj. Also, thanks so much for pointing out that major gap that exists and how it can be solved. That was a very phenomenal example that, we could put up hospitals in 2 days, and we had several such come up in the most difficult areas. If we could do that, why couldn't we do it across years? with millions of dollars. Again, very simple principles, as Manoj puts it, of management, of being able to deliver, and of putting systems in place. May I go over and get in Ramji? Ramji, the Agastya Foundation is very well known, has done amazing work over years in rural communities, and it is so interesting that all that Ramji and his team had done was so amenable to be used over the last 2 years, and they did it so well. We really want to know from you the lessons that a leader like you, a pioneer like you in this field, learned during these couple of years. For people like us, for poor teachers like us who are thrown into this new field, it was a difficult time. Very often one thought that maybe I'm just wasting my time talking to a laptop. And am I getting my students interested? Are they hearing me? Especially when all of them had switched off their videos. Was it a total waste of time? And how did you manage to reach out to your large group of students in difficult areas with difficult issues of bandwidth and so on? So your lessons at Agastya.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Khan. In 1999, when we started Agastya, we had a brainstorming. And we asked the question, what is the gap in the market? And is there a market in the gap? The market being education. And we were saying, why does India keep lurching from problem to problem? Why are we always reacting? Why don't we prepare ourselves to deal with problems? Some of the things that were pointed out by the earlier speaker. And one of the members of the group was Dr. Iyengar, the former chairman of India's Atomic Energy Commission. And he said, Ramji, what India lacks at the grassroots, and actually it's across the spectrum, is what he called cause-effect thinking. We don't know how to trace the cause of a problem. And if you don't know how to trace the cause of a problem, it's unlikely you'll find the solution. So the question was, are you born with this, or is it something you learn? And he said, it's something you can learn. And he said, in the West, they recognized the importance of this a century earlier. And so they began to make this formalized in the education system. Basic cause-effect thinking. So the healthcare professionals live and breathe this. If you have a headache, you go to a doctor, he or she does a diagnosis, tries to find the cause of it, and then recommends a solution. They're experimenting, they're discovering, and hopefully they find a solution, right? That kind of thinking, he said, is almost completely absent. What Nehru called the scientific temper, unfortunately, was not disseminated to the masses of India. So his point was, if we can find a mechanism to disseminate that spirit, to trigger cause-effect thinking, then we can cause a revolution in the country in a positive way. So the first thing in cause-effect thinking is you must be curious. If you're not curious, there is no question of even recognizing a problem. Now, the good news is most of us are born curious. The bad news is the education system kills curiosity. So the first thing is the education system is working against cause-effect thinking, which in its higher form leads to creativity and innovation and so on. So we have to spark the spirit of inquiry and curiosity in learning. Okay, that was the first. If you did that, there is a chance that students will learn to observe with all their senses. They will begin to experiment, discover, maybe even connect the dots at higher levels. apply all that to create some solutions, hopefully for the benefit of society. So we said this is the model that we need to trigger and propagate across the education system. The question was, how do you do it? And it seems like such a huge challenge. Fortunately, we said the answer lies with something as simple as this. It's called the tippy top. It costs all of 10 rupees, made in Chennapatna. And the idea is if you spin it on a surface, because it sits on its bottom, at some stage it tips over and begins to spin on its stem. It is so counterintuitive that anyone who plays with this goes, arey, how did this happen? That question starts. And if you start investigating to find out it's not that simple, you begin to find an answer. And when you do find that answer, you experience the famous aha effect. And the beauty about this is, while you do this, you're having a lot of fun, which is the ha-ha effect. So we said the three most vital ingredients in learning and education, in fact, in life, are the spirit of curiosity, aha, the process of creative learning, and ha-ha, joy in learning. And we said for the most part, there is very little aha. If there is a aha, it is somebody else's aha. He or she found an aha, memorize it, and give the answer in a book. So there is hardly any it's all negative no aha, and very little ha-ha. So how can you expect a population that has been brainwashed in this way of non-thinking to find solutions? Because it's just not asking questions. Why isn't that healthcare facility close by? Is it because of money? Is it because of lack of understanding the importance of that? What problems will that solve? What second order effects will that have? That kind of thinking is largely absent. And I have to say, it is absent not just among the underprivileged and so-called uneducated, but for the most part among the educated population who has been educated on what to learn, not how to learn. So the biggest lesson for me is, it seems like a massive challenge, but the underlying core is curiosity, the spirit of creative exploration, and having fun. You can inject this into the system in a very, very low-cost way, a la the tippy top. You can spend hours. There's actually a picture on the internet of Niels Bohr and Wolfgang Pauli playing with the tippy top. And you can see they're trying to figure out the physics and math of it, right? Now, this can teach you in 1 hour or 2 hours or 10 hours more than hundreds of hours of chalk and talk boring lectures. So the good news is, revolutionary learning can happen at a very affordable low cost. In fact, sometimes it requires affordable low cost approaches. The second thing I've seen with children, I'll tell you a story. Some years ago, two girls, Rani and Roja, were sitting under a tree in Andhra Pradesh on a hot summer's day. I grew up in Rishi Valley and I sat under a lot of trees and I climbed a lot of trees. But I never asked the question that Rani asked Roja. And Rani asks Roja, do you ever wonder, Roja, why you feel cool or cooler sitting in the shade of a tree? And Roja says, maybe it's because the leaves and branches shade us from the sun. And then Rani asks the question, eventually, do you think different leaves might have different cooling effects? Now that became a project. And 8 months later, they won a science prize at the national level for the project called the cooling effect of leaves. They found in that particular area, the peepal leaf provided the most cooling effect. So they went through that process of aha, and ha-ha. Because once you open that gate of getting children, or anyone for that matter, to learn to question, Einstein talked about a holy curiosity. In fact, he said, The reason for his remarkable discoveries was not IQ, it was curiosity, obsession, and dogged endurance, right? So the learning is there are solutions. The the National Education Policy 2020, I think, recognizes the importance of this hands-on experiential learning using technology in order to shift importantly from what to learn to how to learn. If that shift isn't happening, then it doesn't matter how much money you spend, what technology you use. After 20 years, you're going to say, hey, why didn't that deliver the goods? So transformation is possible. It's possible at scale. It can be done in an affordable way, provided you create environments that encourage people to question, to be curious, to discover, to experiment, and to have a lot of fun. If you can do that in your company, you do that in your school, you do that in your family environment. A lot of parents ask me, how do you get your child to be more curious? And I ask them, have you ever asked your son or daughter when they come back from school or college, what questions did you ask in school or college today? And they give me a blank look and say, never did. More often than not, I'm saying, what did you learn? I'm asking, what did you learn? And what did the teacher say? And what grade did you get in school? So it is being a tippy top, right? Inverting it and shifting from answers to questions. And that itself can bring about a revolution. I hope I've partly answered your question.
Wonderful. You did more than that. Yeah. Thanks so much. The entire fresh way of looking at the need for curiosity, at that dogged perseverance and obsession that Ramji talked about. Let us go to the third issue, and this is the tricky one, that of livelihoods. See, as an economist, and I can not stop myself from lecturing, but we always taught that health and education are public goods, and state should provide them clear accountability, all of that. So what about livelihoods? Is the provision of livelihoods, is the guaranteeing of a job also a public? Is that also something that the state should provide? Do we have a responsibility towards that? And the strange relationship between livelihoods and technology. Does technology take away livelihood, or will technology enable new livelihoods? In difficult sectors, among people who have certain very built-in disadvantages and problems that we have created in our society, Meera has worked with special children and youth for several years and has been able to answer this difficult question. In times, and this is a little more than the COVID times, where we have lost a large number of jobs, joblessness and unemployment is at its highest ever in post-independence. How do we get around this problem? And what has Youth for Jobs done to allow so many thousands of our youth to get respectable livelihoods? Meera.
Thanks, Amir, for putting together such lovely co-speakers. I'm really fascinated by what the both speakers before me said. The whole work of Youth for Jobs and my journey is triggered by the fact, and it's a fact because enough studies have shown on my own work, that when you give a job to a young member of an underprivileged family, more so a youth with disability, it takes the entire family out of poverty in a sustained manner. And again, I see that it's not a question of just economics, Amir. Okay. What happens with a job is there's a whole range of social empowerment which happens, which perhaps you're not really capturing, because generally we're just looking at the rupees, how much income increase, he doubles the family income, etc. And let me give you a simple example. A couple of months back, I went to one of the television channels where we had placed a girl, and she stood up and she came running. I didn't recognize her. She stood up, she came running, and she said, "Thank you." I said, "Thanks for what? The training?" She said, "No, the job." She apparently, because of her job, imagine, she's a young girl with disability, okay, who would not probably have got married in the normal circumstances. She would have been an extra mouth to feed for the family, okay. Today, she's an asset. She's married a bank clerk. She's expecting a baby, and her husband was coming to pick her up on a nice motorbike, which I saw outside. So that's what she thanked for, the fact that a job has given her a status in society from being socially discriminated. And we know that the next generation of hers will be a generation which is closer to you and me, which is what we want in Indian society and actually globally. So talking about the use of technology, I worked at scale with underprivileged youth and jobs. But in the space of disability, I think it's much more important. For example, a simple solution is that all of us who wear specs, your eyes are somewhat disabled, so you wear specs. Okay. And this is becoming, disability is becoming more and more important because people are living longer and are getting disabilities. But let me tell you about the youth themselves and what happened in COVID, Amil. Youth with disabilities, vulnerable youth, are invisible in times of crises because there's so much to do, okay? So when we had to close all our training centers, the youth actually begged us not to stop our livelihood work. And we really didn't know what to do because till then we had something like 37 training centers in 18 states of India. They were all for the rural poor who would come in, everything was free, they were residential. So while they were going, they implored us, they said, listen, our fathers' incomes will all disappear in these times because most of them are marginal farmers or shopkeepers. So we just thought to ourselves what to do. And like you, what we did was quickly, we were the first to launch a grassroots online trainings for these youth with disabilities. It was amazingly difficult, let me tell you. Like the other trainers, our our trainers also were not equipped with what online means, okay? And in disability, there are various kinds of disabilities. So for the speech and hearing impaired, we had to do sign language videos, okay? 102 videos to teach them also and make sure they were not out of the labor pool. But we did it. And the impact was just mind-boggling, let me tell you. What actually happened was that we found that there were youth from such remote areas that sometimes we looked at the map to see where is this village, actually, who were enrolling into this. Jammu and Kashmir, we had 19 students who had enrolled. Young widows and young women who otherwise would not be able to because they can't come to the residential centers, they had enrolled. There were 600 from the aspirational districts. The numbers of scheduled castes who were disabled increased by 28%, which means that these are the double discriminated. And you'd be surprised, our incomes of the jobs we gave increased. Now, how did that happen? We analyzed that was because while the retail and other jobs went, e-commerce jobs were the ones where we became the India knowledge partner for Amazon. Okay, Amazon, Flipkart, and all these give increased incomes compared to the retail and the other sectors. So, so in the hardest and the harshest of times, we turned an adversity to an opportunity using simple technology. And there's a lot of jugaad in it, let me tell you. You know, lots and every day was a challenge. And each trainer was, you know, addressing it by themselves in very simple ways, which they can understand. What is more important is, I think this COVID time gave us all a good time to reflect. Okay. So we took the learnings from that and we said, till now we used to say with great pride, saying that, you know, Meera is obsessed with Bharat. We always do rural and underprivileged first, which is true. But we realized that there's a huge, vast, remote rural areas which we are not even touching. And these have to be touched. So today, on the basis of our learnings of COVID, we are launching the Grassroots Academy. We've completely putting all our learnings virtually on the head, okay? And we're saying, can we do of the disabled by the disabled? We're taking back our alumni who have a desire to give back. And remember, even the poor have a deep desire. In fact, sometimes I think it's much more than us to give back. So we're taking them back and making them the leaders of our livelihood programs in the state by taking them through a one-year program. All things which we do for companies like our services, sensitizations, accessibility audit, we are completely putting it in vernacular and in simple manners. But one of the things which we're stuck with, which I was telling Ramesh, is, you know, what is the kind of simple grassroots technology we should use to, which the executive can pick up through his tab and we can analyze to measure the socio-economic impact, because that impact is going to be mind-boggling. We are going to start working at the village level, a complete bottom-up approach, which has never been done before. And it's also of the disabled by the disabled. So the assumption is, like the child knows best, the disabled knows best about themselves.
Wow, wonderful. Thanks so much. And thanks for bringing up that point that, you know, there are those who are doubly underprivileged, you know, or triply so. First, you're rural, then you have very little access to public services, and on top of that, you're disabled through various ways. To reach out to them, you're absolutely right that most of us haven't looked beyond urban and peri-urban areas, and that itself is a universe to look at. So thanks for bringing that point out too. We are running out of time. So what I'm going to do is go over to all of you, or some of you, actually 3 of you. Any 3 of you, one question to one panelist, please. Healthcare, education, livelihood. If there is anyone here who has a specific question, we just have time for one. So a quick show of hands. Yes, please. No, you have to be, yeah, you're loud enough.
Everything beforehand. Why do we wait till that hits it, like we had during the pandemic? Like when I work for Sakina Foundation NGO, I work with TRS, I work with Hyderabad City Security Council. So every sector I work with had the inch and the pinch. Why didn't we do this before, as said by the speakers here? Now also we got to be prepared, because COVID-19 has taught us that we need to have our civic sense ready. And always we need to compete not with India, not with US, but we got to compete with China, because that country, it's teaching us where we land and where we have to land. Okay. So this is something very important. I need to know this.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So why aren't we prepared, especially on the healthcare? Why are we reacting to pandemics? Anyone else? Do you have a question on education? I had a question, and this I put across to Ramji. That Ramji, on the education front, we found that the data shows that we've had a record number of dropouts. The UNICEF measures it at 25 million, most of whom are in India, and most of whom are possibly never going to come back to school ever again. So is there something that we can do for them? And for Meera, my question is that Meera, how do we raise the level of the livelihood challenge? Education is something that we are all very fond of. If you look at any philanthropic data, you will find that most of our money is spent on education. Even if you look at India's budgetary expenditure, we spend about 4 times on education than on healthcare. Right? We want unhealthy graduates, so we do we do spend 4 times that money. And everybody, so education is easy. Health is difficult, but livelihoods, nobody cares. How do we get people, which means private donors, governments, private sectors, to consider that livelihoods, and that point that she made, that livelihood is not just a vocation, a job. It's the entire shift from poor to non-poor, from marginalized to non-marginalized, from vulnerable to non-vulnerable, from underconfident to supremely confident. That is the power of providing livelihood. So how do we do that? So can I first get to Manoj to answer Sophia's question?
So the why we are not prepared for dealing with some of these issues. I think quite often when you see in health sector, we have been quite a lot disease focused. You have a TB, you have a TB control program. You have an HIV, you have an HIV control program. You have anemia, you have an anemia control program. But I think maybe 10 years back when we talked about investing in primary care, I think we hardly had takers. And even now, the primary care system is the weakest link in the whole system. So if you have to really look at pandemic preparedness, first thing is the surveillance mechanism, community level surveillance mechanism to track what's really happening. I think we have to really start building from there. At least in our work, now we are working with the government. All the focus is now on enhancing pandemic preparedness. How do you up the critical care capacity? Tertiary care level, things will be more or less done is my assessment, but we will still struggle at the primary and secondary level unless we have some coordinated action taken quickly.
Ramji, your 1 minute, please.
Yes, I don't know that there's a silver bullet. One is you have to make traditional education more magnetic, more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
If the aha, ha, ha is missing, then even if you get them back to school, all you're producing is a bunch of people who are not able to think. Now, with the new education policy, at least at the policy level, there are lots of opportunities to give more freedom to schools to actually discover, experiment, and make learning more fun, relate it more closely to real life problems through projects and so on. So that needs to happen in spades, okay? The second thing is, for those who, for economic or other reasons, are not likely to come to school, it doesn't matter how exciting school is.
Yeah.
For those, you have to find ways of taking learning to them. So, for instance, in Agastya, years ago, we launched a mobile science van that actually takes science experiments into the villages. We do experiments at night with the whole community. We have night school visits where we encourage children to do a lot of activities. So you can also leverage technology in order to take learning into the villages. For instance, during COVID, because children couldn't come to school, besides technology, and then the majority of kids don't have access to technology, we created a home lab kit, and then we created a very exciting activity-based learning book where you can make things out of paper sitting at home. So that's powerful learning. It's probably more powerful than sitting in a classroom and listening to a lecture.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of such things, making traditional schooling far more magnetic and exciting and relevant, and taking learning into the villages or into the towns, to the doorstep of future learners. You know, national open schooling was something that was started. Maybe we'll have to look at that and see how we can make that more powerful. So it's going to be a combination of things.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Ramji. Meera, how do we elevate this livelihood issue?
I think the first point, Amir, is that we should stop thinking education and livelihood are not linked, especially in higher education. The more educated you are, the more unemployable you are. And we constantly, in our College Connect program, which we just launched, we just struggle with them because they are engineers who know absolutely nothing, but their aspirations is that they'll only get into a multinational or a Infosys. So we really struggle with that. So that, I think everyone has to realize that there has to be this link between an education and the livelihood. The second, about investments, it's interesting. I think the ESG is bringing a focus on vulnerability. For example, tomorrow at the UN headquarters, at the largest conference, I'm taking 2 sessions from India, coordinating them, which are on the investors who are in the startups in the disability space, including a fireside chat with Dr. Rajiv Kumar, your friend of Niti Aayog. Okay. And the investors are becoming interested in the space and actually asking me if I can help them create a silo around this. So I think these are good times where if you, I mean, much more can be done, but I think the spirit of interest, if you can kindle it with people like Ajit, who's sitting over there, who's a big supporter of our work, I think that gives you hope.
Dr. Khan, if I may, I just want to make a quick point.
Oh yes, please. Yeah.
Because many people have asked, why is it that we don't anticipate problems? You know, Chanakya apparently famously said, you must sweat during the peace so you don't bleed during the war.
Yeah.
Okay. You must sweat during the peace so you don't bleed during the war. We all quote people like Chanakya. I think we need to reflect on statements like that to understand what it implies, what it means. I know in the case of Agastya, a big learning was we came out very resilient through COVID because we had sweated for 20 years before COVID.
Yeah.
And that enabled us to respond and do better. So let's reflect on that, because that seems to come up again and again, of why do we keep reacting to problems and not, you know, be well prepared to deal with them.
Thanks so much. You know, we've run out of time completely. Thanks so much. I must, and I've stood up to tell this to you, you know, hope really lies in this auditorium. For a long time, we have believed that we are working on technology. We are producing technologies who have no connect with society, and therefore the wonders that they do in their labs and in their colleges do not reach out. It is so heartwarming to have a bunch of you gathered here to look at issues that, you know, that honestly, that typically do not concern you. I mean, you know, you're concerned about your courses, your credits, whatever you patent at the end of the day. But to step out and to understand and to be sensitive to human problems, to human suffering, to India, that is Bharat, is the transformation that I think our education system needs. And that is what we see in this room. So this is really fabulous. And thanks so much for organizing this, for sitting here, and for getting these wonderful people like Ramji, Manoj, and Meera to talk to you. Thanks so much, Ramesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this stirring panel discussion. Listening the impact you have made and the lives you have touched have extremely inspired us and encouraged us. Now, it's again time to see some emerging innovations impacting the healthcare sector. So let us begin with the startup, NemoCare Wellness. Their aim is to end preventable neonatal and maternal deaths. Let's watch.
In India, approximately 8 million clinically low birth weight babies are born every year, and out of them, 400,000 die. There is an urgent need to improve newborn survival and health. Almost all of these deaths are preventable, but all we need is timely intervention. Hence, NemoCare set sail in July 2017 with a mission to solve this need. We at NemoCare have developed the smartest and most comprehensive newborn monitoring and management system using design thinking principles. It can provide affordable, continuous, high-resolution monitoring to all the newborns in the hospital and at home and transform the way healthcare is delivered. Our first product, NemoCare Raksha, is an IoT-enabled smart wearable on the baby's foot that connects to an intelligent platform. It tracks a baby's health in the most accurate way possible and enables central monitoring, uses data analytics to provide predictive early markers for diseases, and provides decision support system for the doctor. We started building our POC in early 2017 and took it to the field for feedback and early validation by conducting multiple heuristic evaluations and analysis. We made multiple mock-ups to conduct usability studies to test and better the ergonomics of the device. After many iterations, we made it much more easy to use and compact. After testing the device rigorously in the lab for safety, we conducted a pilot study early this year with our partner hospitals on 30 babies. The device was tested.
Let's watch another video from MyUdan. They have built a web app that provides on-demand assistance for in-premise and outdoor mobility. Let's watch.
My name is Ravindra Singh. Our company's name is MyUdan. We provide special mobility solutions. I am a person with disability myself. I face several challenges day in, day out. We decided to create a change, and that's how MyUdan was created.
The problem is more than what we can imagine. The biggest challenge that we are facing today is mobility. About 170 million people in India face the problem of mobility. The public transport is just not supportive. Assisted mobility is non-existent, and accessibility information is just not there. MyUdan wants to change all that. We are an assistive technology company that will provide assistance, accessibility, and mobility.
Through our assistive technology, we provide accessible information. For example, if a person with limited mobility wants to travel to a certain location, before reaching that destination, he can see how accessible that place is. Whether there are grab bars, whether it's a wheelchair friendly, along with the images, so he can take an informed decision about their travel. Our on-demand assistance service is just like an Uber. Now get the helper assistant on the go.
The market is very big and there is place for many players. It is $1.2 billion annually. MyUdan is the only organization that creates a mobility ecosystem. Our marketing strategies will focus on direct-to-customer channels.
It's my passion. It's our passion to create a mobility ecosystem for persons with disabilities and elderly. It's MyUdan's firm commitment to bring back their dignity and independence.
MyUdan have been nominated for almost every social impact and assistive technology list. We have had good media attention, including coverage by EOStory and Newshook, and our work has been recognized by the NASSCOM Foundation. We were all
Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Nivedita to present about another project by Reddy Center in collaboration with Grace Cancer Foundation.
Hello, everyone. A very good evening. So, do you know the most primeval reason behind using all kinds of tobacco products causes India to be at of the highest risk of developing oral cancer? And do you know that 30% of all the cancer cases in India are due to oral cancer, with 5 deaths happening every hour and every day due to oral cancer? I understand that's shocking, right? And do you know that oral cancer is also one of the most preventable diseases, and it can only be prevented if there is timely screening, which is of course from the healthcare ecosystem in India we don't have enough awareness about the problem. We don't have enough professionals who are screening people enough. Seeing this as an opportunity to serve the healthcare sector, we started our project. Can you please move? AI-based oral cancer screening initiative in collaboration with Grace Cancer Foundation, Triple IT, and Intel's INI. With this initiative, we empowered remote field workers with basic skill trainings. For example, using their smartphones to collect images of their oral cavity. We also developed an in-house app that helped us to collect patients' information, data, and we also provided real-time counseling to patients in the field and encouraged them to seek treatment. We then started with, so we collected around 500 patients' data. We are eventually aiming to build a successful AI model around this problem, which can detect oral cancer at a timely intervention and help us prevent it. With such initiatives, we believe at Triple IT, we believe that such initiatives will be a stepping stone to all the interdisciplinary approaches of solving healthcare problems with help of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nivedita. With this, we have come to a short tea break organized just outside the auditorium. We can disperse, but we will begin the inaugural plenary in 5 minutes. So I request everyone to be back here before 5 p.m. Thank you.
It is believed that conviction, persistence, and perseverance is the secret to success. And this is embodied in Triple IT Hyderabad over the past 2 decades as it strives to better the best. Triple IT Hyderabad was formed in 1998 out of a vision to foster research in information technology in Hyderabad with far-reaching impact the world over. With its highly accomplished faculty and a unique academic model, Triple IT Hyderabad has redefined the standards of education in information technology. Crossing remarkable milestones one after another over 2 decades, the institute has established itself as a hub for applied research.
Five years ago, when we were planning how to make Hyderabad a global center of excellence in IT, we had 3 decisions: to establish excellent infrastructure to attract the best companies in the world, to establish a world-class institution, and to use IT effectively with the government to provide convenient services to citizens.
The vision to start a world-class institute was translated to reality within a span of just 100 short days, with the institute operational and the first batch onboarded in the campus, otherwise built as Reddy District Headquarters and Courthouse. Today, the campus has transformed into a thriving environment of learning, research and development, supported by modern infrastructure and facilities spread over 66 acres of a lush green campus. To facilitate focused research in relevant areas and bring together the best minds from varied domains, IIIT Hyderabad has a unique setup of research centers rather than self-contained departments. There are 22 research centers at IIIT that cover a wide range of areas from AI and robotics, machine learning, signal processing and communications, data sciences and analytics, visual information technology, VLSI and embedded systems technology to cognitive sciences and more. To address the problems of different sectors of society, domain-based research centers like IT for Agriculture and Rural Development, Center for IT in Building Science, Earthquake Engineering Research Center, Center for Exact Humanities are available for students to pursue research in these areas. The institute is well recognized for its dynamic and flexible postgraduate program. The Kohli Center of Intelligent Systems was established in 2015 with funding from TCS Foundation to give a fillip to research, teaching and entrepreneurship in the broad intelligent systems area. Since then, in a short span of 3 years, it has evolved to become India's leading center of intelligent systems. KCIS has brought together the sharpest minds to create India's largest artificial intelligence team and is successfully taking research from lab to land and engaging with society through its educational outreach. IIIT Hyderabad also started the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship in 2008. 10 years on, today CIE is considered to be one of India's largest academic incubators. With its focus on deep technology startups, CIE incubates over 100 startups and several initiatives that support startups right from ideation to productization through accelerator programs, mentorship, investment access, networking, office space, and more. The Residential Institute has a vibrant campus life with state-of-the-art research facilities, easy access to labs 24/7, sports facilities, an enthusiastic theatre and performing arts scene, as well as several student clubs and other activities. From the initial batch of just 50 students, the institute is now a second home to over 1,800 students from all corners of the country. In keeping with its endeavor of promoting research and education that makes a difference, IIIT Hyderabad has partnered with several companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Google, CA, Cyient, Novartis, TCS, and Qualcomm, among others. With an ideology of growing with society, IIIT Hyderabad encourages students from all walks of life, including working professionals who want to strengthen their knowledge and skill set. We offer PGSSP programs as well as the recently introduced executive education programs in AI and ML. IIIT Hyderabad also reaches out to school students and conducts the popular summer program, Student Technology Education Program STEP, for students from grade 7 to 10. For a complete and vibrant student experience, IIIT Hyderabad organizes Felicity, an annual techno-cultural fest. It is a 3-day-long spectacle that involves a large range of exciting activities, competitions, talks, workshops, and stunning performances by bands from all over the country.
One thing that stands out in my mind is the first batch, or if students were very passionate about study. And I remember that summer they had completed their first year course. The summer was searing hot, and after the 10 days or 10 or 20 days of start of the summer vacation, I found them again in the institute, a number of them. And I was surprised. I asked, you have not been to your home? And they said, no, we have been, and we've been there for 7-8 days and we have come back. What are you doing? We learned some new computer language. And I was really amazed. So they were ready to suffer all that to learn. But they were very passionate and students, and we put them through a good grind also.
The first batch, every semester I taught a course, and I have fond remembrances of the first batch and first few batches. And those students, those days I know of, they are motivated, they are hardworking. Most of them, coming from middle class or lower middle class families, wanted to work hard, do well academically, get a good job, and many of them have been successful. And their attitude was towards academics, I liked it very much.
Good evening. Warm welcome again to the closing session of the first annual conference on technology and society, organized by the Raj Reddy Center for Technology and Society. So welcome. Very warm welcome to Ajay Shani sir, Professor Raj Reddy, by Mr. G.V. Prasad, and Jay sir also is around. He's just going to come in. He's in a meeting. And of course, Srini Garu and Ajit sir, both of our very what do you call, deep well-wishers and long association with the Institute, both of them. Thank you. And welcome to our faculty and all the others that are joining. So this is a very proud moment for many of us. We've been involved with the center for about a year now. The center started functioning early January last year, little more than a year. And we said like we will just get some work happening on the ground before we kind of talk about the center or do anything. So we've been working very closely with many of the NGOs. Some of them were at the round table earlier today before lunch, and some of them were also in the sessions in the afternoon. We were working very closely with Agastya Foundation, with Pravaha, with Care India, with Nirman, and many other NGOs. Started some projects, some are done, many of them are underway. So we felt it's the right time, and we're waiting for Professor Reddy to travel and then finally search here. And so we scheduled. Very happy that we've come to this point where it's not just a launch of the center, it's a launch with some action underway, a lot of very good work. We got a very good team. We have 2 postdocs with us, Arjun and Rohit, both of them helping us on many of the activities. We have a good engineering team. We're working with research centers because whatever we do is about translating research for social impacts. We're working closely with research centers. So good traction. Long way to go. We just barely started. It's just still a small team of around 10 people working right now. We're working about 5-6 NGOs. But every NGO we've talked to, we've uncovered so many possibilities in terms of immediate near-term problems that some of the technologies from our research labs can help. And so we're just waiting. We are talking to some of the corporate for funding. Once we get more funds, we'll expand. We're just looking at scaling up. PGN's challenge to us is like, how soon can this become a 100-member team? So I'm hoping end of this year. It's a very, very aggressive goal to have. We're only 10 right now, growing into 100 members. But this much we know, there's enough work. If you have 100 people, even if you have 200 people today, there's enough work in terms of need from various NGOs in terms of building these technology solutions. So we'll scale it up as quickly as we can. So again, a very warm welcome. I would now like to invite Professor P. Narayanan, our director, to introduce the center and also deliver his welcome address. Sir.
Good afternoon, good evening to everyone, and welcome to Professor Reddy himself, Mr. Ajay Sani, G. Prasad Garu, Ajit Ranganekar, and we have Dr. Srinath Reddy, President of PHFI. He's still taking a call there in one other room there, and Jayesh Ranjan. He's just come in as we say his name. Please come in, sir. Jayesh Ranjan Garu also is attending a call. They'll all be here very soon. This is a very special and proud moment for us. We have been part of several inaugurations and several such functions, but this one is particularly special because we are inaugurating the Raj Reddy Center for Technology and Society. Professor Raj Reddy has been a guiding force behind IIIT in multiple ways. In fact, in 1998, when the institution started, it could undertake a path of, strong research combining with strong undergraduate program, only based on the strength of the firm hands and creative mind that he provided. And that's what made us start on this journey. And we have come 23 years later, we have made some mark. We are recognized quite well in the country and the world. And that's a lot to do with Professor Raj Reddy. Professor Raj Reddy is many things. He's the first PhD from NCS from Stanford, a pioneer in AI, especially speech processing, founder of Robotics Institute, winner of the Turing Award, which is the Nobel Prize in Computing, or maybe Honda Prize, and several other awards, including Padma Bhushan. All these are well documented. What is equally interesting and equally intriguing is his concern for societal application, for the society, which has been around for long. From about 1981 onwards, he was one of the early research scientists at CMIRH. It's an entity set up in France with the same focus, the technology and how will it help the humankind. He was an early research scientist there, and he worked many years on it. And if you look at his webpage and repository, you see several talks that he has given titled technology and society, technology in the service of society, or AI in service of society more recently. So that has been a theme behind his, his thinking for a long time, 40 years at least. And starting 1990s, he has been engaging in many projects in India, several projects, some fiber optic project and several others. In 1998, IIIT started. Of course, IIIT is set up as a top research university. We hopefully one day we will follow the footsteps of the CMU. But importantly, not just be a top research university from which great academics come. We have been given a goal, and we have made it a goal which we tell every batch of students that our job is to create triple C or C cube students who are competent in their subject area, creative in the use of it, but above all caring about the society and their own area, on how their subject knowledge can be helped for the larger, can be used for the larger good. So we want to be a C cube institute, not just the students, we also ask whenever we make decisions ourselves, which happened a few times in the last 2 years when we are faced with COVID, should we do this or should we do this? And we have faculty members who stand up and say, if you want to call yourself a caring institute, you should be doing this. So we want to be C-Cube in our own institution. And this stems from the same belief that Professor Rajareddy holds about technology or whatever we do being in the service of society. He has run several experiments here, set up the MSIT program, the 20th century Gurukulams, and the large RGUKT, Rural Universities, Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies in both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. All that has been, with big impact, has been his brainchild. In 2018, soon after he turned 80, we had a function here and we celebrated his 80th birthday. And we were thinking how to honor someone like Raj Reddy, who is a true karma yogi. So you can only honor a karma yogi by undertaking more karma that he would have done himself, lend our hands and brains to the karma that he would like to do. So we should combine his twin passions and create something that combines his twin passion, both technology and society. And that's the origin of this center, the Center for Technology and Society. And work started about a year ago, as Ramesh already said. We said how our focus areas initially would be how can technology enhance the effectiveness of both education and healthcare at the lowest end, at the rural area, the poor people who are the underserved people, how can they be served better using technology in the most essential? Obviously, healthcare is very important, education is very important, through which they can all become, they move up in the ladder. And the growing team, already a team of 10, and hopefully it'll be a team of 100 soon. They have been working on 6 to 10 projects. And IIIT is an academic institution. We cannot do things on the field. So we have been teaming up with government agencies, with NGOs, with foundations, etc., who are on the field. So we also know what are the needs down there. People sitting here in AC rooms cannot really understand what are the real needs. So we want to work with people to enable them to amplify their impact. And we hope this RCTS will develop into a global hub of activities where technology is used in service of the society. We want it to be a place where global experts come and spend a week or a day or a year or their lifetimes working on these themes. And we want the center to be a collection of not just technology people, but domain experts, healthcare experts, education experts, social scientists, maybe philosophers, developers, designers, so that what we do, what we build are relevant and useful directly to the intended recipients. We are also glad that this effort has been getting some attention. Raj Reddy chair professorship is being established. You will see the announcement, you'll hear the announcement a little later. I don't want to steal the thunder by saying it now. The challenges involved in this are huge and the opportunities are huger. So we had a panel in the afternoon, and it was very clear that AI or technology in service of society, there is too many things to be done. And we hope we will be able to undertake some of them. These information and communication technology has served the middle class and above quite well in the last few years. When the world stopped, the online meetings, online work, online education happened at some level of effectiveness and were exploited by the middle class and above. The underserved probably were left behind even further in this technology mediated era. So the challenge is even more going forward. Our endeavor is to get these benefits or go lower down to the lower segments of the society who are underserved. And make no mistake, the problems for the underserved are not the leftover problems after the rich people solve problems are solved. It's quite the reverse. People like you and I can live with a email that takes 100, a 1 kilobyte. But if you are serving people who are illiterate, who are blind, you need sound and videos which takes maybe a megabyte. You and I can use maybe better devices on which we do our technology work. The people on the ground have nothing more than 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 rupees smartphone. And the challenges on making things work on that smartphone, challenges of making things work seamlessly under all kinds of noise, environmental condition. It's a much bigger challenge than the challenge of solving our problem. So it is that the faint of the heart take up the rich people's problem. The courageous should take up the problems of the bottom of the society. And that should be the motto of this center. We hope we will be able to make some small dent in that. A sure beginning has been made, and the intention, aspirations are there. And I'm really looking forward to a journey ahead with RCTS, where one or more impactful projects are directly associated with this, and several people on the society benefit. So with these words, I welcome you all to this function again, and let's get on with the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will work towards making that dent, and sooner than later. We have made some few good starts. Sir, your suggestions for the digital library, we've been curating. We curated long back, almost 3 months now, but it's taken us some time to get the sponsors. We got the first sponsor. We want to announce it today. 3 schools. Nirman, we're going to be working with Nirman. Mayur is here, founder of Nirman, the NGO from BITS students that they've started 10 years back. 3 schools. We're going to be working in we're going to be piloting the NEP in one of the school complexes, a 15 school complex. We've been working with the government secretary, with the district education officer and the mandal education officer and the school principal also for the last 2-3 months. Finally, we had the kickoff meeting on Saturday. We were there, many of us, myself, Rohit, Kiran, we were all there. The 15 school headmasters and the mandal education officer came. So formal kickoff, we heard for 2 hours on what are their problems where, without telling them about technology, we told them, just tell us your problems where you think if some help comes, mostly in administrative reporting and little bit informative assessment. And so in the same complex, we're going to set up 3 libraries. The first of 3 libraries, which is a digital library wall, 2 screens, the Android software, library software, 1,000 books are already curated, and also 150 physical books. So we're going to be starting, sir. So sir was very passionate about that. Prof. Rajadi brought it up about 3-4 months back. Ajay sir, after in a meeting that he was with you, after the meeting, the next day is when sir reached out saying we should do this. So we're launching it, we're announcing it, and we'll get the first library set up in the next few weeks in this school complex. Many more projects. The NEP is a big project. What we're trying to, the NEP pilot, we're working with a few NGOs. Whatever we do in this 15 school complex, we want to get it rolled out by June in the next academic year. And the mandal education officer has committed, saying that like there are 2 more complexes in the same mandal. He said, moment it works in the first 1 or 2 months, he will replicate in the other 2. And then the district education officer has said that we will replicate in the district also. So we're hoping that what we do in that mandal, in that 15 school complex, will get replicated widely within the year, hopefully. So we will keep our efforts on, sir. I think Prof. Rajadi's vision is inspiration, and your words is encouragement, and we have a lot of support. So now is the moment that at least many of us, like me, have been waiting for to formally launch the center. I would request all the dignitaries, like of course Prof. Rajadi, G.V. Prasad Garu, Ajay sir, Srini Garu, Jayed sir, and Pijan sir, please come up to the plaque. We're unveiling a plaque as a symbolic inauguration of the center. The center is another building. We didn't want us to all walk there and come back. We'll eventually get a tall building. Srini sir is helping us with the research towers, which will be named after Professor Raj Reddy. A 500,000 square feet tower will hopefully happen soon. Today, we're just going to unveil the plaque. So please, sir. Oh, I didn't see Dr. Sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have a small video of the space. It's a humble beginning, but it's still a beginning. So we just want to play a small video of the space as a proxy for having walked through the space. So I would also like to recognize we have Sriram Rajamani, Head of Microsoft Research, and also Mr. Rohan Murthy. Both of them are online. They'll be talking just in a little bit. It's okay, leave it. So we are very happy that Minister has, he couldn't join given everything happening, but he was kind enough to share a message. So we'd like to play the message from Honorable Minister Sri K.T. Ramarao Garu.
Known Raj very closely. I've seen Raj very closely over the last few years. He's always been an inspiration. He's always been a dear friend of the state of Telangana, and I'm delighted that IIIT has thought of this lovely initiative to set up a Raj Reddy Center for Technology and Society, because one of the themes that our Honorable Chief Minister constantly reinforces is about how technology should be leveraged for societal impact. I'm delighted that this center would focus on leveraging technology for improving healthcare, improving education among the underprivileged. And I was also told that this would be an applied research focused institution, which would also ensure that domain experts from various spheres of life would be straddling technology and the societal good. So my congratulations to PJN and the entire team at IIIT. And Raj, you deserve this, and look forward to seeing you soon. Cheers.
Thanks to the Honorable Minister. Now I request Professor Raj Reddy to share his vision for the center, his guidance for us, sir. Of course, but your thoughts, please.
Good evening. I'm honored and humbled to be here in the presence of such dignitaries like Ajay Sahani ji, Reddy ji, and Prasad Garu, and all the other dear friends. So technology and society has been kind of a key theme in my life for a long time. I have I've been made aware of some of the issues over the years. In the healthcare area, the first thing I remember is one of the Nobel Prize winners was saying, we should concentrate on U5MR. I said, what is U5MR? It turns out to be under 5 mortality rate. And India at that time, it was 81 or 82, was pretty bad, as bad as Afghanistan and so on. It was like 113 per every 1,000 children would die before they reach 5 years old. Other countries like Singapore and USA and others, the U5MR was in single digits, like 8 or 9 or something like that. So I kept, every time I run into people like Ajay Sahani, I say, what the hell? Why are we so bad? We are worse than, many other countries. We're being lumped with the countries in Africa and Afghanistan and Middle East. The second time I became aware of the seriousness of the problem we face in the healthcare is at the time when we screened 6,000 students. And unlike other selection, which is based on marks and merit, these were selected based on geographical equity. You had to select people, select the best people, but from every mandal, four people. And that meant, you did not compete with the people that went to Hyderabad public school, but you only competed with the people that are in the local cohort. And we selected the best. The reason they were being selected was everything was free in educated. Food was free, hostel was free, tuition was free, everything was kind of free. But my eyes opened up when the first or second or third day, 100 of these 2,000 students showed up at the clinic because they were sick and they were, had cold or some fever or something, and their health situation was pretty bad. And so we had a complete screening of all of them. The thing that kind of hit me was 10% of the 2,000 in each campus, 10% is what? 200 out of the 2,000 had hearing problems. 10% had eye problems. 10% had dental problems. 5% were anemic. You could, just by looking at them, you could tell their red blood cells were kind of. And one child had leprosy. And it was kind of mind-boggling to see in this day and age, in a society which we take for granted, there are all these problems. And I knew with technology, if only you can diagnose the eye strength and so on, you can get them the specs within 24 hours. And so around 2012, I was with Ajay Sahani ji and Neelam Sahani ji, and they were telling me about this new program that the central government was starting called RBSK, Rashtriya Bal Swachha Karyakramam, National Health and Youth Health Mission or something like that. I was very impressed. They were going to screen every age from KG to 16 every year. And I said, Ajay, you're not going to do it. It's, you're talking about screening 300 million people every year. It won't be done. And sure enough, more recently, like 1 or 2 years ago, I asked one of the officials in the ministry there to tell me what is the status of the RBSK, and they still have it, but because of the lack of qualified medical personnel, they were kind of went down from all of this, much broader vision to just screening at birth, which was good. But what happened after the screening, they stored it in the database and went away. There was no intention to do anything about the data that they collected. And this was sad. This was sad. So I kind of feel that with people like Professor Srinath Reddy and G.V. Prasad, we can get every one of these childs a multivitamin every day. I requested the same for the RGKT students. They said, sure. They got multivitamins and gave it to them for 3 weeks and stopped. I said, what? You have to keep on giving it forever, But they didn't. So it turns out there are so many things that you pick up over a period of time. And it was amazing to see that today with technology and kind of the key for the NGOs and for every one of us, we all can do little experiments. At IIIT, we can do some experiments. But we have to demonstrate these experiments actually work in the field. Then we have to add 3 more requirements. Whatever solution we come up with must be scalable. That means it must go from pilot stage of 100 people or 1,000 people to 1 million people to 100 million people to everyone. And we have to think through that right at the beginning. Scalable, sustainable. The question is, even if you demonstrate it, is it going to be continued? Or will they stop after a while? And scalable, sustainable requires somebody, I think, with a budget and a planning and so on, so that everyone will get a multivitamin pill every day. If you're giving 300 million pills every day, you can probably make it for almost nothing. And that's what we should be doing. And we should make sure that every child from K through 15 or K through 20 gets the multivitamin. So the same is true with respect to education. In fact, there was a very interesting discussion today. People get bored. Basically, the nature of our education, the way we deal with everybody wanting to do something, is you say, well, we're going to look at your marks rank. Based on your rank, we are going to admit you. And when we admit you, we will tell you what major you can do. It's not whether I'm interested in it or not. It's just whatever it is that the system permits. It's no wonder most people are bored. It's no wonder if you kind of take all the IIT students that graduate, these are the cream of the crop, the top 0.1% or something. They graduate and they never practice what they learned. Most of them never practice. And many of the advanced topics of thermodynamics and nuclear fusion or whatever they might have learned are kind of completely forgotten. And they're in some IT company somewhere and doing something. And also, not only that, we are training what we call unimodal children. Basically, if you tell them anything about words like opera, I personally, when I went abroad, I had no clue what opera was. And there were so many other things, I learned, I'm still learning, that I had no clue. Given my background, I came from a little village. It's still there, 500 people. And I went to local school and Jilla Parishad school and so on. And I escaped as a black sheep from Loyola College of Engineering. But otherwise, it was just a matter of luck of being in the right place at the right time. And so I had no preparation to be in this greater world with so many things to learn, and our education system does not do it. If you ask them how many Shakespeare plays you've read, how many classics have you read, did you read Mahatma Gandhi's autobiography? No, no one. Mainly because they never even get given as a reading assignment. If you go to Cambridge or Oxford, your tutor says, here is your reading list. You read it, and then when you come back in a week, I'll ask you questions. If you answer it, fine. Otherwise, you go back and read it again. And so it's a different mode of learning. And the same is true with respect to, we have a serious problem with the language divide in the country and literacy divide in the country. You know, if you take a random person from Tamil Nadu and put them in UP, they can't even talk to each other. We now have technology. If I have a smartphone in my pocket and you have a smartphone in your pocket, you can sit across each other and have a normal conversation where I speak in Tamil and you speak in Hindi, and we can both understand and immediately understand. And in fact, I was very delighted to see one of Ajay Sahani's colleagues actually demonstrated this morning that technology is almost there, what we call speech-to-speech translation. And in order to do that, what has to happen is your smartphone has to listen to what you're speaking, and it has to recognize the speech, and then it has to, translate it, into some intermediate language and transfer that to your phone by Bluetooth. And your phone then will take that and translate it into Hindi, and from Hindi kind of do a text-to-speech synthesis to produce the speech. So it's all easily explainable, but each of the technologies that are involved have taken 50, 60 years. We are not yet there, quite there, but we'll be there. The literacy divide is equally challenging because in India, 40% of the people are illiterate or semi-literate. They cannot read, or if I gave them a newspaper article where they might be able to read each letter and say, read this paragraph and tell me what it says, they can't. They cannot understand. And so there are serious problems with literacy. And so what's the answer? And of course, we can say everybody must become literate. But the reality is these 40% of the people are as bright and as smart as you and I are. It's just that they never got the right training or right opportunity. And I believe going forward, they can become first-class citizens. Why? Because given the opportunity they'll have with the speech-to-speech, they'll be able to speak to the computer and have a dialogue and or speak to another person. All of that will become possible. So you don't have to know how to read or write. You can just be able to speak, and that will give them opportunities to benefit from the advances in technology, like online shopping, banking, talking to your doctor, or listening to your lectures, education, and even things like online voting become enabled as a result of that. So I'm hopeful the center will have a huge impact. I will be around for a little while, but I don't know, independent of me, but I think it'll be a fantastic opportunity to help the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will hopefully, when you're here in July, we'll hopefully show some of the solutions, sir, that are deployed. But definitely next year, when you're here, January, I'm sure we'll have more deployed by then, and probably impact on the field as well. We'll work towards that, sir. While we are also looking at some long-term solutions, we're also looking at near-term impact on the ground. So we'll work on that. So now we have Rohan Murthy here to share his thoughts online. He's on Zoom, couldn't join physically. So he's on Zoom from Bangalore. And also, there's an announcement to make from the Murthy Family Foundation. So, Rohan, we are all yours now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Loganathan. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm here on behalf of my family. And I just want to say that I first met Professor Raj Reddy along with my father about, I think, about 21 years ago when I was 17 years old. I'd been admitted to Carnegie Mellon. And so we went to visit. I'd never seen most US universities. And I'd certainly never met an academic celebrity before. And so it was a really exciting moment to meet Professor Raj Reddy. We met him at his home. And perhaps the thing that really struck me as a 17-year-old was how extraordinarily humble, quiet, thoughtful, and warm he was to me. Rarely was I in a room where somebody had been hearing the thoughts of a young person. Usually most people would want to hear thoughts of either of my parents. And that's something that stayed with me. And a couple of years later, when I was, I didn't go to Carnegie Mellon, but when I was visiting Carnegie Mellon on the PhD admit day, I requested time to meet Professor Raj Reddy once again, and he very kindly agreed. And this time around, when I went to his office, it turns out he was eating lunch. So he shared his lunch that he had brought home from his house. And then he talked to me at length, not just about computing, but I think along the themes of what he just mentioned right now. He was talking about the application of advances in computing for making a difference to India. And what remained with me from that conversation was he actually took me to his lab and showed me a lot of the advances that I knew of or I had read about or were happening, how he and his team were applying them for digitizing Indian texts. And this was, I'm saying, talking about in 2005, so some time ago. Perhaps he must be amongst the earliest people who was looking at this very seriously. So he showed me texts written on palm leaves that are perhaps can literally wither away, and how they're digitizing this text, and written in various Indian languages. Not just digitizing them, of course, then making them indexable and searchable. Long before Google or anybody else was thinking of this problem, for Professor Raj Reddy, this was one way among many of how could he help India, how could he help Indian civilization, how could he help Indian culture, how could he help preserve what has been accumulated over eons using advances in computing. And so one of the sort of key things that I have learned from my limited interactions from Professor Raj Reddy is that you can be very successful at what you have in your career, and yet retain humility to connect with almost anybody. And this is just my small sort of anecdote of my interactions with Professor Raj Reddy. And so really, it is a tremendous honor for my family and I to have an opportunity to celebrate Professor Raj Reddy's life and his work. Everybody here already knows of his pioneering work in computer science, in artificial intelligence, in speech, among various other things. He played a very vital role in helping build and shape Carnegie Mellon as an institution. Also his contributions to India to helping build, computing infrastructure as well as education in India. There are so many extraordinary highlights of his life and his career. And so it's only fitting that we honor him by establishing a chair celebrating India's most important computer scientist at India's most important computing schools. And so we are delighted to be able to help IIIT Hyderabad establish the Professor Raj Reddy Chair of Computer Science. Thank you to IIIT Hyderabad, to PJN, and to Professor Loganathan for working with us on this initiative and for helping it come to life. With that, I'll pass it back to Professor Loganathan.
Rohan, thank you so much. All of us from the Institute, greatly appreciate this gesture from the Murthy family, yourself, Srinarayan Murthy, Sudha Murthy Garu, and all of you. Thank you so much. I'm sure this will go a long way in furthering the cause of research that we have embarked on here at IIIT. Rohan, thank you so much. Please pass on our appreciation to your parents as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
So I would like us to just another round of applause. This is a fantastic gesture. Mr. Narayan Murthy and Rohan Murthy have been in touch with us for several months now. And it finally got decided about a month back. We waited for this occasion to announce the chair. So thank you so much. Before we get on with the keynote addresses, we also have Sriram Rajamani, Head of Microsoft Research, online to share his quick thoughts and reflections on Professor Raj Reddy. Sriram.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Loganathan. It's such an honor to be here. I was actually first introduced to Professor Raj Reddy by P. Anandan, my former manager and the founder of Microsoft Research India. And I met Professor Raj Reddy during one of the earlier meetings in Microsoft Research India. And this is around the time I actually returned to India from after studying and working there in the US. And Raj gave me, two very important pieces of advice. I think which actually is completely consistent with what he spoke today. He said, you have to excel in technology, and you have to actually make sure that you and Microsoft Research help people, help society, and those are not disjoint goals, and you have to do them together. And that has been an inspirational meeting for me, and that is something that I have taken to heart all along. And in our organization, we have done many things with technology. We started a group called Technology for Emerging Markets, which we have now renamed to Technology and Empowerment. And we have taken, not only research projects, but carried on with sustainability, scalability. We have taken efforts like Digital Green. We have launched it into an NGO that now runs in thousands of villages. 99 Dots, which is a tuberculosis medication adherence system, is now working in conjunction with the government of India. It forms the basis of the Nikshai platform, helps millions and millions of TB patients. And Raj has been an inspiration in all of these endeavors. So in that sense, actually, I'm really pleased that the Raj Reddy Center for Technology and Society is being started at IIIT Hyderabad. What a fitting tribute to Raj. I really want to congratulate PJN, Professor Loganathan, and all the colleagues at IIIT Hyderabad on this event. And as Kindred Spirits, we offer our collaboration in this area of work. We are Kindred Spirits, and we look forward to working together with IIIT Hyderabad more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've already had some conversation with Google, University Relations team, and the social initiatives team as well, to see how we can take some of the efforts we are doing under teaching computational thinking to school kids. That's an endeavor that's been on here for the last 6-7 years. So we've had a good conversation to take it to a few state governments. I think they said we'll revive it after the financial year in April. So we look forward to your support for that and others as well, Sriram. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So with that, I will just get to the keynotes. So I would like to request Jayesh Ranjan sir to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you, Professor Loganathan. Respected Professor Raj Reddy, Mr. Ajay Sani, G.V. Prasad Garu, Professor Srinath Reddy, Professor Ajit Rangnekar, Srini Raju Garu, P.J. Narayanan Garu, Meera Shanoy, senior faculty members, staff members, students. First of all, this is a great milestone day when the center is actually getting launched. And as other speakers mentioned, this is a very befitting way of celebrating the life and works of Professor Raj Reddy, who has done so much, not just in the US, in the world of computing, but also back home. We have come across so many people of Indian origin who have made names for themselves, who are major success stories elsewhere. But very few of them even think of where they have actually began, what their roots are, what kind of requirements still persist there. And in that way, whatever Professor Raj Reddy has been doing for years altogether is really exemplary. So very befitting that the center is starting here today. I would like to reiterate a point which our minister mentioned when he was conveying his greetings. I recall when the new state of Telangana was created in 2014, and we were asked to revise the IT policy of the combined state, look at our own priorities, our own issues. So we had gone to meet the chief minister, and of course, the chief minister is not very conversant with technology in a very direct way, but he does have a broad understanding. And what the minister said is very true. The chief minister did not give us much time or attention, but he just mentioned one thing, that whatever policy, etc., you are trying to bring out, ensure that it helps the common person. I mean, he spoke in Telugu, and what he said, so if you have to literally translate it, it means that if it is not of use to a common person, it's not really worth it. అంటే తెలుగులో చెప్పారు, అట్లాంటి టెక్నాలజీ ఏది పనికి రాదు, something of that effect, he said. So that is the message which we still retain. And subsequently, what we did in the last 7 years, we always had this strong belief that if the technology is not working for the common person, it is of no use at all. So I'm very happy that the two areas which have been chosen, the two areas of focus, health and education, these are some of the most vital issues. We all know people like Professor Srinath Reddy, G.V. Prasad Garu are here. I have been associated with a massive poverty alleviation project which is going on in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh at that time, now in the two states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, called Velugu. I was incidentally the first project director. And what we had found was that this out-of-pocket expenses, the loss of wages, the loss of opportunities, these are the single biggest factors which keep the poorest of the poor in perpetual poverty. And today, when there is so much of advancement in science and technology, how can we ensure that we are able to break that vicious cycle of poverty and help such people advance in life? Same is true of education. In fact, all of us would be aware, every year Pratham does a nationwide survey of the attainment levels, educational outcomes of children. And year after year after year, they show that there's a huge gap between the age profile of the child and the attainment levels. For instance, the latest report for Telangana shows that a class 7 child is not able to read a class 2 textbook. So there is almost a 5 years of gulf between where he should be and where he is. And again, given the advancement of EdTech and so much of availability of devices, rural connectivity, etc., this again is a matter of shame if these kind of gulfs remain prevalent. So very delighted that these areas of focus have been chosen, have been prioritized by this center. And I would like to make two quick points. One is that not that Professor PJ and Professor Loganathan are not aware, but for the benefit of everyone, in the last 7 years or so, we have tried our best to create multiple centers which promote innovation, which promote entrepreneurship. And for example, you are speaking about grassroots challenges. There is one other link which I see, which straddles the two worlds. We have been for the last so many years also trying to identify people who are from the grassroots and also doing some very innovative work to find solutions to the very pressing problems that people at the grassroots face, what are called the rural innovators or the grassroots innovators. So they are the ones who themselves have a bend of mind. I mean, when you look at what they are coming up with, there may be a possibility to dismiss all that, saying that it is only jugaad, it's only some quick fix kind of thing. But if you really delve deep into what they have done, you will see lots of application of mind. There's some application of science. It's only that the products and the solutions are not very refined. But it is also a good opportunity to work with grassroots innovators because they are closest to the people. They are solving problems which the people are actually besieged with in a 24/7 way. And the second message is that the first message was that to work with all these institutions that we have. We have T-Hub right in the neighborhood. We have the institution that Professor Ragnekar is heading, RICH. We have the State Innovation Cell, which scouts for these grassroots innovators, and so much of other amazing things which are happening here. So let us remain, while I'm sure you'll be bringing in lots of very advanced technologies to propel your work, but let us take the entire ecosystem together and collaborate. And the second thing is, when you are speaking about when Professor Pijan mentioned that you can come up with solutions, etc., but someone has to try them out. So I know that ideally the minister should have given these kind of assurances, but I do have the liberty to announce on his behalf that we'll be the happiest first state to own up all these solutions, all these ideas that you come up with, and we'll be very happy to try them out. And that too, we'll be willing to try them out at scale. So when you said that I'll do something in 3 school complexes or 15 schools, I mean, that may not be the right way. If you want to do it, let us do it in 1,500 schools or 15,000 schools and maybe 300 school complexes. So we are willing to provide that scale straight away. We are not really worried that there should be a POC stage and result should be obvious, because when such brilliant minds are working on those solutions, we are more or less assured that there'll be merit in those solutions, there'll be value in those solutions. So let us, once you are ready with some solution which can be tried out at scale, we'll be very happy to give you that opportunity. So once again, best wishes to the entire team which will be running these initiatives. Also glad to see so many corporates, so many individual foundations supporting. Happy that NGOs have come forward to support this initiative. And as I said, our partnership on behalf of Government of Telangana will always be there in all possible ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it would be surprising if we didn't get this kind of enthusiastic support from this state. So thank you. I think we will think bigger. We already met with Sandeep Sultania, sir, about this, and he's very supportive. The district collector and others also are aware. So I think we will think big. We'll go from 1 to 3 to 300 as you suggested. We'll look at that. We'll take that as a goal target for us to get to that stage by end of the academic year. We'll work on it, sir. Thank you so much. I now request Ajay Shani sir to deliver his keynote address.
Respected Professor Raj Reddy, Professor P.J. Narayanan, Professor Ajit Rangnekar, other very eminent stalwarts, G.V. Prasad Garu, Srini Raju Garu, Srinath Reddy Garu, my colleague in New Mission, which Professor Raj Reddy mentioned, and Dr. Vivek Raghavan, and all the people who are participating in this, Rohan Murthy ji and Sri Ram. It's a great pleasure for me, it's a delight for me to be a part of this program. So I first met Professor Raj Reddy in 1998 when, as part of a delegation, we visited Carnegie Mellon University, and he had just turned 60 around that period. And I think now I am turning 60, and so I have gone through that journey of about 23 years with him. And one of the best things we did while conceptualizing IIIT Hyderabad was we took the help of the then Chief Minister to persuade Professor Raj Reddy to give us his blessings and support and be the chairperson of this governing council. And this was a completely new institution at that stage, started out in 1998. And I think Professor Raj Reddy has been associated with it right from 99 in a formal sense. The entire journey that we have gone through has been, number one, building excellence, not compromising on anything anywhere, and also keeping an eye on what problem are we trying to solve? Are these real problems of real people? What is the size of the problem? And are we just playing around and doing a pilot or a tiny solution, or is the solution also commensurate to the problem that we are trying to solve? So in very simple ways, his thinking has sort of become clear to us. This is, of course, a an institution which is somewhat exclusive in the sense that one can take, we started with 50, intake of 50, and we've gone to maybe around 200 or so in undergraduate program, another 150, 200 in the postgraduate and PhD programs. Professor Raj Reddy from day one has felt that, and he cites his own example that, I've come in from a village and my brother was as smart, maybe smarter than me, and he never got the opportunity. So his absolute clarity that the top 2%, say, of any year's cohort of students, which runs into, every year we have 2% of the whatever is the population. If 5 crore is the population, then 10 lakhs is the number of students in who will pass out of school, or who would have gone through schooling, and maybe 7 or 8 lakh would pass out at that stage. And then take the top 2-3% of them, and they have very similar ability. There is no, in fact, maybe even 5% or more, that they have, nature has given them the same thing as to anyone living in the city. After that, what can we do for them? So from this limitation of this institution in a 62 acres campus, I think Professor Raj Reddy pushed us to think of first an MS in IT program, bring all the universities in the state together, join forces with Carnegie Mellon University, get amazing resources from Carnegie Mellon University, more or less gratis, and from other universities, a little bit from MIT, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and others. And we reached out through an MS in IT program, which was across the state, and multiplying the numbers all the time. And then the RGUKT, which is absolutely phenomenal in its reach, admitting 6,000 students on day one of the institution. No one else can actually, think of it at all. 6,000, 2,000 admissions in each of the 3 campuses on day one of the institution. You're just opening a new institution, and 6,000 students, 5 from every mandal and a few more. So there is nothing similar to that has ever been done, because the 5 good students passing out of the local schools, and not one school. If there are 3 schools in a mandal, these students were not selected from the best school. They were again spread over the 3 schools and selected from there, and selected on all-round ability, and then a 6-year program to take them through education. It's solution at at the same scale as the problem, trying to create solutions at the scale of the problem. And universal digital libraries, first time I heard that from Professor Raj Reddy, I just wondered why so many people are trying to scan a book and make it available online. Why is Professor Raj Reddy interested in this low-tech problem? Someone with Turing Award and such amazing ability in AI, in robotics, in language technology, in networks. Why scan books? Anyone can do that. And we did lakhs and lakhs of books. We did the manuscripts which were on palm leaf and various other kinds of things which would have got lost, and did it thoroughly with a it started with 10 books, 100 books, 1,000 books, 10,000 books, 1 lakh books, and million books was the idea. And in India alone, I think we did few lakh, probably more than 1 lakh, definitely, because that's what we attempted here in this local library within this campus. And that's preserving it for life. And the moment you do that very, very seemingly low-tech work, the data that you generate, the images that you generate are, high resolution images, which the OCR will happen over years. The optical character recognition will keep happening. But what you have created is permanent. So it's there for the entire world. Sometimes you have people have that conservative element. It's in this library in Rajahmundry or in such and such place. Why will researchers come and see it here? Why will we let it out? If it's Telugu books, who will enjoy them other than Telugus, whether they are in India or anywhere else in the world? We're making everything available to them and then creating such a fabulous resource for innovation to happen, for new technologies to come in. So generations of researchers can actually live on that resource and do more and more problem solving. So that is the kind of problems that Professor Raj Reddy has always expected us to solve. And there's one problem that he had outlined to us. This was in 2002 when the first batch was passing out and we went for a retreat somewhere. So he described to us this problem. It sounded so simple. And he wanted us to solve it by 2010. And I think today, with the help of Vivek, I have been able to show some early glimpses of, something that might actually solve that problem. What he described to us was that can an illiterate grandmother in knowing just one language somewhere have a conversation real time with someone similar in a different part of the country? Which means that the speech has to be recognized in an excellent manner. Then you need translation of that into the other language, and then you need text to speech. And there are a host of other technologies that are also required, but this is the simplest way to describe what we were going after. And to subdivide it into different bits and pieces, start solving bit by bit, and then get to the solution. Imagine what the solution can do for people in India. We are rich with 22 official languages and large number of other languages and countless dialects. And I think in many languages there are proverbs which say that you move so much distance, and the quality of water and the quality of and the type of food and the flavor of food and the language or dialect changes. It's rich. We used to think that this is a problem. It's such a delight to have problems to solve and real problems to solve. So I think it's very important that we look at real problems. We look at problems which are at scale. We apply whatever technology we have to solve these problems. There's one problem I think which he has mentioned that repeatedly, but we have not come close to the solution yet. I hope that we will see that also happen, which is that of taking broadband, not just broadband, but fiber to every home in the country, not leaving out any home. So the way we have been able to now take electricity to every home, only very recently we have been able to succeed with that. But fiber to every home is another thing which is greatly liberating, because as Professor P.J. Narayanan mentioned, Someone who is very well educated can do with an email, but someone who is less educated, and I think this was a paper by probably by Lalitesh or someone from Carnegie Mellon University that you have 10 years less of education and you need at least 10 times more bandwidth to take care of the same requirements. So that is another problem that is yet to be solved. He's also been the guru for generations of thought leaders in technology, whether it is in the US, it is even in China, and almost everywhere across the ecosystem. I think taking inspiration from him, his students have probably solved a huge number of problems and created massive solutions. In fact, one of his students, Laritesh Katragada, was responsible for the Google Maps. Had he not been there, I don't know whether Google would have been into maps at all. And then he moved on. He's also been responsible for something which many of you might have used more recently, Arogya Setu. Quietly, without coming in front, but that kind of work which something is required, you get on and do that and roll it out. I think that is what I expect this center to engage in. Fortunately for us, India is at a very different stage today in 2022. We have come some distance. Some of the best, almost every top technology company worth its salt has a R&D center in India. It's Indian engineers, Indian designers, Indian innovators that actually create solutions for the world. Including the campus right next to us, the Microsoft, close to us in the Microsoft Research Center. It is, for some time we didn't have that, we've been working only for companies, but now the era of entrepreneurship has seriously come in. We see unicorns, we see sunicorns, we see a large number of startups and more deep tech startups happening all over. And from where from my position, I see all of it sort of starting to happen and then picking momentum. The next wave, and we've done that with the, for instance, UIDAI and Aadhaar or UPI. We've had some success, and one success transforms a sector. Because we had a simple thing called UPI, which, for payments, digital payments. Today, we have 17 unicorns in fintech alone. And we have a large number of entities which will be unicorns. The next wave will come in those that are into lending and solving the credit availability problem for people at scale. But the two things that are being focused on by this center to begin with, education and health, I think those are also the two areas where there are a few wonderful factors in place. One, we have a huge number of problems to solve. In fact, the best news for India and for innovators in India is that we'll have to try for at least a couple of decades and we will still not run out of problems to solve. And the best solutions come when there are real problems to solve. If you have a real problem to solve, that is where innovation will happen. And that is where value will be created. And that is where you can create something world-class. It doesn't have to be, complexity of the technology. It's the seriousness of the problem and the size of the problem that matters. And we have those, especially in health and in education. And we have the national platform similar to UPI for finance. National platform starting to happen in healthcare. In fact, soon you'll see the Arogya Setu app turn into a front-end app for every citizen. It's a app which will start providing a complete range of health services. It's already started. Some initial glimpses are there in that in there. And education, there is again NDR, diksha.gov.in, a beautiful platform that is taking shape, and a national digital education platform. Because we realize that you can't solve these problems at this scale without very serious and careful use of curated use of technology, and you can't solve it as government, but we can solve it as Team India. And that means that all governments come together in one platform and we create this billion strong problem, what we used to consider a problem, as the billion strong opportunity. Because the moment you go to any European country and talk to them, they ask us, my counterparts ask me, what is your secret? How do you grow unicorns? I tell them that we have very fertile soil and we have 1 billion people to serve. So you solve one problem of blood banks. You can't but be a unicorn. You go to Estonia and solve 100 problems, you'll still find unicorn a very difficult goal. So here, any small problem that you solve, if you're the best in that, then you are going to be a sunicorn or a unicorn. And after that, you don't even have a 10x left. You have a 6x to cover the entire globe if you have solved it for India. So that is the secret of what this decade should be and what this center should focus on. I'm sorry I've taken much more time than I intended to, but it's such a delight to have such a center. And finally, I would like to mention something that Dr. Vivek Raghavan is doing, which gives me a tremendous amount of pleasure. It's not yet even launched, but this is a national language translation mission platform, Bhashini, which will soon hopefully be available to people. And this will help us bring together. It's not just government. In fact, government is just sort of a catalyzing it. The way I hope we have catalyzed this institution. This is not a government institution. It's a institution catalyzed by the government. The same way we are hoping to catalyze this platform, which is a national public digital platform, which means that whatever the government has goes into it, but then the innovators take over, the state governments take over, the language enthusiasts take over, the publishing houses can contribute, the TV channels can contribute, all kinds of entities can come together and selflessly contribute into that. I liken it to a hundi, where you can contribute and you don't expect something directly out of that. But this is a hundi in which actually people will get a lot out of that as well. It'll again go a long way in solving the problem. So I hope what Professor Raj Reddy had wanted us to solve by 2010, by 2025, we should hopefully even next year, we should have some very interesting, the early glimpses of what we have is very exciting, and I hope that we will have a population scale mission and a population scale solutions that emerge from that. Thank you for involving me in this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I mean, this won't be complete if you were not here, sir. It's an institute that is your baby. You're as involved as anybody else. And then the journey with Professor Raj Reddy all these years. So I think very apt that you're here today, and thank you for taking the time. I'm sure you joined us for sure online, but taking the time to be here physically, thank you so much, sir. I think it means a lot to us. And I think Professor Raj Reddy, of course, I'm sure is happy. So thank you so much, sir. Now we come to the finale, the grand finale. So we have Sri G.V. Prasad Garu, who's the co-chairman of Dr. Reddy's, a phenomenal institution that's got created in this city over the last few decades. And Dr. Srinath Reddy, who very quietly, I mean, until I got to know of him about a year and a half back, I didn't even know such a person, such an institution existed in our backyard, right? In this city, doing some phenomenal work in the grassroots public health at scale. I mean, like, so Professor Reddy always talks about scale. I mean, the challenge that with all the academic institutions and government machinery support, pitching in the challenge of 2010 is happening in 2024-25. That's the scale that Professor Raj Reddy thinks. I think Dr. Srinath Reddy works at that scale. And of course, Sri G.V. Prasad Garu has created and runs an amazing institution. So request both of you to please join us on the stage, sir. And given the nature of these personalities, we said we'll do a fireside chat. We could not think of any other than Sriniraju Garu and Ajit Ranganekar sir to be leading this conversation with them. So request Srini and Rajesh sir also to please come on stage. And like we'll just have, they're very good friends, all four of them. So I'm sure it's going to be an engaging conversation. Please, sir. Ajit sir. Just one more.
Good afternoon to all of you. We don't want to say much. Already the speakers ahead of us said a lot of great things about Professor Raj Reddy and about the center. I just would like to share only a couple of items. Are the characteristics of Professor Raj Reddy, which has been, though I didn't study under him, but I've been associated with him for the last 23-24 years. He has never criticized anybody. I've never seen him criticizing anybody. You'll never get disappointed. You can reject his ideas, but you'll not get disappointed. So those are two things that, and he's always giving like a pack of ideas. He'll give you one, you take it, it's fine. You don't take it, he'll give you another one. So he'll keep on giving the things there. So this is a very rare personality. I'm not talking technology here. It's about him as a person, and that's the reason why what he has accomplished is all there for us to see, and a lot more to come. We will not say much, though it's said fireside chat kind of thing. It's already pretty late in the evening, so we would request both the dignitaries here to talk for a few minutes, and then after that, we would leave it to the audience to ask the questions. Ajit, unless you want to ask them some questions.
Sir, for me personally, it's been a great honor to be associated in whatever small way, and to be a big fan of this. I've been a very big fan of this institution ever since I've come to Hyderabad. And you may not remember that one of my first visits from that campus was here. And in that time, 2003, to see the kind of work that was happening on agri-tech and sensors, etc., was to me mind-blowing. And I think, as we were talking yesterday, that we will hopefully take this institution to a level where you will always be even prouder than you are today. Thank you. So no, all that I wanted to, this is a tremendous opportunity to meet two people who have been involved at very big grassroots level. And I'm not going to put any difficult question, but I'll start with more on the public health part. So you can't pass the bait and all that. So you've written a number of articles, wonderful articles. It's just stepping back. If you have to, because I'm looking at this as technology and society, right? There will be other challenges that will come. There may be newer things. Based on what we have learned, what would you rank? What, according to you, and this is the same question in a slightly different way to you, if we had the full freedom, what do you envisage as because people came together, research started. See, even for when we started Rich, it was the same thing, right? We want to take research from the research institutions to market. That's what happened. Oxford did it, universities in US did it, companies took it over here, governments worked together. So what is it that we should be doing and be prepared for as a community to deal with future health issues? And then I'll also leave it with, similarly, the industry came out very quickly with the rejigging products, with continuously manufacturing. What do they need? Because one of the big things we are talking about is lack of data, lack of public data. You have written on so many times. Similarly, these were regulation, etc. I think for all of us as a society, this is the time to use this time to ensure that the next whatever shocks we get are nowhere as bad. So I'll just stop there and I'll leave you to.
Well, you have touched the whole area of the relevance of research and the purpose of research. In terms of public health, and I'm sure in terms of other areas where we apply science, the purpose of research is to generate evidence-informed, context-relevant, resource optimizing, culturally compatible, and equity promoting recommendations for policy and practice. And for that, we require multidisciplinary research. And that research has to definitely, as very appropriate to the theme of this conference, has to be problem solving and barrier breaking in order to advance societal well-being. I've always believed that science is sterile if it lacks a social purpose. At the same time, policies and programs must stand on the strong foundation of robust science, otherwise they'll crumble on clay feet. Therefore, we have to definitely ensure that science is steered in that direction. But again, recognizing that most problems of society, particularly in the current times, are complex and relate to many complex adaptive systems interacting with each other. You have to necessarily bring in multidisciplinarity. Far too often, we have strayed into linear pathways of research and tried to find very siloed approaches which offer limited solutions. And I believe a campus like this can actually bring together people from multiple disciplines. And more importantly, the academic complexes of the Twin Cities can actually bring in that kind of a coalescence of multiple disciplines to address real world problems and find the right kind of solution. And public health is definitely a very important priority area for that kind of research. And where technologies can help greatly is in advancing the whole agenda of universal health coverage, making health available, accessible, affordable, and provide appropriate care with the right kind of quality filters as well. And therefore, technologies can actually help us overcome a large number of problems, but we do need to focus on the right questions to ask, because the solutions are all there. It is the questions that need to be discovered.
So, thank you. I was sitting in the audience and listening to all the speakers before me, and I learned a lot. I was really inspired by the various topics being discussed and how technology can play a role, how technology can create solutions at scale. And I'm going back with a lot more than I came in with, and I'm really inspired by the work all of you have done. And it opened up a lot of possibilities in my own mind about how we could make a difference. Having said that, I think, in spite of the phenomenal strengths we have as a country, medical professionals, lowest cost products in the world, pharmaceutical industry, producing products which serve countries from China to the US to Russia, everywhere else in the world, and then finding that we can't supply a multivitamin pill and to the people who need is really depressing for me. So this is where I find that a partnership with technology to enable the capabilities to the places where they are needed and the economics to get them there all exist, and technology can play that role. And somehow, if we can marry technology with the capabilities in medicine, in manufacturing, and capitalism, all of these, if they can come together in partnership with governments, I think we can find solutions and roll them out at scale. We've shown that. I think we talked, speaker before me talked about Aadhaar and digital health mission and all of these things. And somehow, if we can connect them to physical services and solutions, I think we can make a huge impact. And no country in the world has talked about digital infrastructure the way India has done at scale. UPI is a good example. Aadhaar is another great example. I find that I think the possibilities of using technology as a force multiplier to ensure the solutions reach the poorest of the poor in the most remote areas in this country is possible. And that's the message I'm taking away from all these conversations. How can companies like us take the products to where they're needed? And the role of companies is also evolving. In the earlier Milton Friedman mantra about the profit is the motive for every business is moving now. I think companies are becoming more purpose-driven. They're using capitalism as a force for good, finding solutions for problems, and actually playing an important role in society. So I think combining all these things, building partnerships with academic institutions, with government, only government can, get to the scale that we really need. I think there is an enormous opportunity here for us as a country to lead in this whole process.
I have one question. What are the one or two areas that the center should focus on in your own thinking?
Professor Rajareddy Garu has very clearly outlined the kind of problems that really require attention in order to ensure that our human resources have the opportunity to develop the full potential. And I would say that public health and primary care, which are actually conjoined twins, should be the area that you should be focusing on. Just even to talk about universal health coverage, since I mentioned it, UHC is supposed to operate in 3 dimensions. One is population coverage, second is service coverage, third is cost coverage. Population coverage is how many people in the population does this program serve? Service coverage is what are the components of the services provided in the package? Third, of course, is cost coverage. How are you reducing out-of-pocket expenditure, catastrophic health expenditure, healthcare-related poverty? Now, the primary care actually addresses all the 3 best. In terms of population coverage, it is universal because everybody requires some kind of primary care service sometime or more often, many times in life. From normal delivery to vaccination to anything, you take it. In terms of service coverage, it has the largest package of services because it covers many common kinds. And it is also the most resource optimizing cost saving type, not only because it is actually providing cost in terms of relatively simple interventions, but also because it is preventing the advancement to serious disease, which is going to be resource intensive and technology intensive at a later stage. So I would say that that is where you ought to be focusing on substantially. And the marriage of health and education is absolutely critical because they are absolutely so codependent. If you don't have good health, you can't really access good education and reap the benefits of that. And if you do not have good education, you are unable to really access health information with which you can protect your own health. And you cannot even actually get the kind of occupation and income which will generate the money for you to seek healthcare when you fall ill. So both of them are actually go hand in hand together, and they need to be really looked at as a very important conjoint area. And that is where, again, in primary healthcare, from health promotion to disease prevention to early detection, we can play a huge role. And it's very important for us to recognize that as Professor Reddy Garu has said, if people are not well nourished, children, they have visual impairment, hearing impairment, many other challenges that they have, they will not benefit even from the opportunities that are being offered to them. It is not enough to talk about equality of opportunity. We have to talk about equality of circumstances. Not enough to have an open road. We need to have an equal start. And for that, you need to correct a number of other societal factors, starting with education, but using educational institutions as an opportunity to correct other elements of disadvantage. And there, I think health and education can really work very closely together. And we ought to really work in that area and advance universal health coverage from that level upwards.
So I just want to build on what you said. I think I don't want to repeat it, but I think what I feel is that the center can really bring together and create an ecosystem of both technology to reach where the healthcare services are needed, as well as education, and also partner with private sector companies and government. Because I think when you put all this together, the scale and the impact will be much more powerful. I'd also want to add that primary healthcare, we already have a lot of physical infrastructure. The primary health centers, we have ASHA workers in every village. How can you build that partnership with technology and with standardization and with partnerships with the private sector and government to really create a good impact? And the same parallel can be used even in schools and academic institutions. How we can use, I'm using technology as a information technology. How we can use the power of technology to become a force multiplier in creating this impact both in health and education, and also bring the partners like private sector partners who can use the digital infrastructure and create impact across the country. I think it's a very powerful idea of marrying technology with physical infrastructure, partnership with government to create population level impact. And,
I would add to that. We normally think in terms of technology as an enabler in the area of health service delivery, in terms of enhancing availability, affordability, access, quality. But there is an additional dimension. It empowers people. Right now, there is a huge asymmetry of information and decision making between the doctor who holds all the information and the poor patient who hardly has that information. Technology can really provide that kind of a level playing field, if not completely, at least substantially, by providing a tremendous amount of information to the person who is seeking healthcare, so that they can exercise a far greater level of autonomy in decision making, they and their families together. And they actually will be able to decide also on what kind of public health policies in the community also can be really steered to enhance community health, public health. So in a sense, you can use technology also to democratize the health system.
And education too.
Thank you.
Obviously also, these startups are now making it, you started, I don't even remember how many years ago, the tablet, right? It was a bit ahead of its time, but today, with the kind of technology we have and the startups who have now come in to plug the gap, LV Prasad has that phoropter, with one phoropter, every costs 100 rupees or 200 rupees. Every school can have it. And every village, therefore, in the evening, you do it for people. So I think, there is now an enormous opportunity. And what this is going to do is actually bring it all together. Because as you rightly said, we are still working in silos, right? And I have to do my contribution as it is rich, which is what we are supposed to do, is to bring. We'll be more than happy to partner fully to empower this center to, bring all those stakeholders together. So I think that is perhaps the way ahead. But I must also make one last comment. I loved that Jugalbandi, how they each one added on each other. And that there is, I was was just going to say, let's just step back and let them go. Thank you.
We would like to leave it to the audience if you have any questions to our distinguished guests here.
Hi, I am Manish Ranjan from Nano Health. Hello, everyone. So I had a question about who pays for primary care. So because I think there's enough data, we suppose that we, ourselves are definitely not ready to pay for our own health, at least in the primary care in the preventive form. So, who should be paying for it? Or who should be,
Virtually all countries who have really advanced their health systems to provide good universal health coverage, which is strongly focused on primary health care. But of course, we cannot only talk about primary health care. Primary health care is the foundational basis. Comprehensive, continuous, chronic plus acute, but also connected health, primary health care, connected to different levels of health care bidirectionally. But that kind of care has to be provided by predominantly a tax-funded system. If you look at most countries, that's where it's happening. If you look at the NHS in UK, about 84% of the total health expenditure is government expenditure. Similarly, Thailand and Japan and others, even the United States of America, which is the poster child of privatized medical care, 48% is government expenditure. Therefore, but it doesn't mean the care has to be delivered only by the public sector. The public sector has to be the guarantor of service provision. NHS, the primary care physicians are all private. They're all contracted into the system with defined deliverables and accountability mechanism. So the question is, we have to definitely ensure that there is a higher level of public financing, supplemented in our present circumstances with employer-provided insurance, privately purchased insurance, etc. We will, and it's never overnight. It's a progressive effort, but it has to be there. But virtually all health economists in the world have clearly come to the consensus that unless there is a substantial amount of public financing, you cannot achieve universal health coverage, including primary care.
I completely endorse what you're saying, but at the same time, I think if you look at the costs in India, primary care is not very expensive. It's among the lowest in the world, anywhere in the world. So to that extent, I don't know if the government should subsidize everybody. I think right now, the government does provide for the below poverty line free care. It probably needs to be strengthened, and somehow we can draw the private sector into this ecosystem. The quality of care would be probably better. But for you and me, I think primary care is not a huge cost. It's very low in India, and I don't think we need to. The government has many priorities, and of course, the allocation to health is increasing every year. But it will be a long time before they can take it to the level of NHS or the US. And in the interim, I think we can all pay for ourselves through insurance, through various systems. But the government is doing a lot already, and I think it's in the right direction today.
The one question, I'll just come to you. There's one question from the online attendees. What resource needs are needed to be fulfilled to bring about digital transformation of health in India? What resources are needed to bring about digital transformation of health in India? A related question in some ways, but.
Yeah. So this is a question best answered by, I think, Srini. This is what kind of resources would be required? But the cost of this is not that great. We have seen in the case of other digital platforms that we have seen, which connect people to needs and resources to where they are needed. But certainly, I think Srini is a better person to talk about cost of resources than me.
The source of resources, where can we get the resources from?
So I think number one, there is already a move towards creating a health identity. And I think that is going to be extremely critical. Just like UPI and Aadhaar transformed, that health ID is going to transform our ability to deliver digital health. And I think we should never underestimate the enormous change that will happen. Because what it will also force, it will force the public health delivery system to digitize. Today, the entire hospital chains are still work on manual system. So you have no data, you have no ability to understand, where is dengue, for example, which part of them, who are suffering, what. That is going to be the one big, and I don't think that cost of that. So it will require digitization of offices and input, which is great. It will also release, make it efficient. That's number one. Also, by the way, it will, what is happening today is people write the symptoms and people write the medicines, and nobody writes in between what the. So I think there are many physical, but those are the real constraints. Second is making the data, anonymized data, available. And this is where I think we as a center will have, if we make that data, we have the same problem during COVID, right? Unless we know what the data is, unless we can quickly analyze it. The third part of that is a costly part, where we'll have to create biobanks, because if you're going to do long-term research, and especially personalized medicine is going to, we as a state, my dream at least, is for us as a state to be the pioneer in personalized medicine, going 10, 15, 20 years. So the analysis that is going to be required, the genetic evaluation, those are the costly ones. And I think I don't think we have a solution yet, but hopefully there will be other people who will create a center in these.
Can you repeat the question again? The digital resources. Yeah. Okay. It's in multiple things here. One is the government of India is actually willing to help us if we come up with a good plans there. And we have the philanthropy organization like Dr. Reddy's Labs, so also they're also willing to do it in Intel and all of that. Then we have the institutions like this where much of the infrastructure and all of them comes more or less free to us. A combination of these things, having centers focusing on different delivery platforms could actually bring in something which is basically an open source, following the standards that all of us develop, just like the Aadhaar or UPI kind of thing. So that's a way to go in my mind. I personally feel that if we show the success of it, there are lots of people out there, both the philanthropy and the other foundations and the government. I think all of them will come together to help. So far, the institutions like us have not taken up those jobs. It's just the companies, they just come up and just do some wrapping and say that we keep saying these unicorns that they're coming up there. But our wish is that healthcare, fine, there are some people who will make a business out of it, nothing wrong about it. But I think it has to be very open and accessible to all the people. We should not build barriers for the technologies that will come out of it. Now, our dream here in IIIT is that to build that large-scale primary healthcare platform. That's our dream, and I think we will find the resources. I'm not very concerned about it. I have GV Prasad just 2 steps away from me.
Yeah, I mean, let me add a little to that. When you ask a question about what resources are required, how big is your canvas? What's your ambition? It depends upon what you're attempting to do. Are you taking the moonshot, or are you trying to find an immediate solution for an immediately visible problem? That actually will tell what your resources are going to be. For example, we have had auxiliary nurse midwives in Himachal Pradesh trained with handheld devices, with point-of-care diagnostics and decision support systems, detect and manage diabetes and hypertension. With over 18 months, we had 15 millimeter systolic blood pressure reduction and 50 milligrams % blood sugar reduction. Now, that doesn't cost much. The question is, how are you investing and how are you actually utilizing the system? On the other hand, For personalized medicine, yes, you could do very many things, and you probably we do need to do that. But again, it depends on how sophisticated you want to get. Simple genetics may not be enough. We have hundreds of trillions of bacteria sitting in our gut microbiome. Their genes and our genes act in concert. There is a metagenome, and there is a super phenotype, not only by our physique, but also our social environmental circumstances. So how much of big data you want to gather? But it needs to be done sometime. It needs to be undertaken by institutions so that ultimately you will be able to find out what the causal pathways are, what are the potential points of intervention are, and ultimately you may be able to come out to a simple proteomics or a metabolomics where you will be able to make your diagnosis and then say, okay, this is the intervention. So you have the big ambition certainly, but approach the immediate problems which can have a maximum, a huge impact. So I would say your triple IT should be what? Interesting, innovative, impactful technologies.
So I think the other thing that we should think about is standard setting, platforms, other catalyzing mechanisms, which Mr. Ajay Mishra spoke about, how they can create impact. That government has a great role in this, in catalyzing these innovations and creating public infrastructure for companies to innovate and everybody to follow certain standards. That would make a big difference. And we have great examples in the India Stack, the UPI, all of those. So we can use a similar model for health also, especially primary care. And that will dramatically, create innovative solutions at scale.
Maybe there is one more, if I can add to that. What is happening, and take education as a classic case. I think Byju's, when they originally started, were meant to be for ordinary people. Then the private equity gets into it, all kinds of valuations happen, and the whole thing gets. Now, can we create a fund of a few philanthropists which is meant to reward, and not ridiculously reward, but reward? And to me, we change the definition of unicorn as something that helps 100 million people. Unicorn is not $1 billion thing. And for them, we give a reasonable, these are not people who are wanting, frankly, if you get 100 crores, an average human being has got to say, what do I do with it, right? These are people who are driven. What we need to produce is people who are driven by purpose and not by money. That is our role. But when they do, we must find a way of rewarding them somewhat, so that there is enough number of people. But I know, people like Manish, etc., have given up their lives. But then what do they get at the end of it?
So, this is very laudable, but I have to tell you that the power of capitalism is so immense that we have to depend on that to find solutions and spread them at scale. Philanthropy can only catalyze. But to be truly sustainable, you have to have the power of capitalism behind the various things that we are trying to do. I think
a truly scalable model.
Yes.
Can be supported through a for-profit scalable model. So the question here, please. Go ahead.
I thought Sir was saying something. So thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ankita. We're talking about healthcare, and as somebody who's a representative from mental health care field, I am very, very curious coming to this platform about technology and society, that what can be done to fill that gap of mental health care and AI tech integration. Because as a psychologist, I've gone to interiors of different states and seen that the only way people are getting to know about mental health is at the stage when they're extremely unwell. So tertiary care is when they come to the healthcare centers. I've gone to colleges, that's also when they come to the mental health care service, tertiary care. So what can we do to integrate tech and probably, the keywords which we had today, accessible, barrier-free, culture-free, have primary intervention for mental health care through technology across India? So just my curiosity, if we could talk about that.
I think I'll defer to Dr. Srinath Reddy about this, but from my perspective, every disease in India has the same challenge. People directly go to tertiary care. They don't go through screening. They don't go through primary care. And this is a problem in every disease. For example, you take cancer. Most of the cases we get are in stage 3, not in early stages where the early detection can really help. Having said that, I think if you see the Western world, digital therapeutics are getting very popular, especially in diseases which are addiction related or mental health related. And there are some interesting solutions, but I'm not sure that will deal with all the challenges that you're talking about. And probably Srinath Reddy would be the better person to answer this question.
Well, I'm not sure I'm the better person because actually on Saturday and Sunday, I think there is a big workshop being organized by the Ministry of Health on the whole area of digital applications for mental health. After the budget speech, where the whole idea of mental telehealth centers 23 have been announced. That is one way of trying to provide support for people who are seeking help. Certainly it helps, but it doesn't necessarily extend to people who are not digitally quite savvy. And secondly, also, it doesn't necessarily penetrate very much into the smaller towns and villages. We'll have to overcome that through proper primary care setup. But there are a number of ways in which there are potential applications possible. I mean, if you really look at the global literature, you're far more familiar with it than I am. People even pick up basically on monitoring, depending upon the number of calls people are making, whether they're getting into a depression or not, if they're getting into social withdrawal or not. So all of those became early signs that can be picked up. I mean, apart from providing services to mental health and suicide prevention and trying to help people who are being bullied, those are all obvious things that are there where you can reach services. But in terms of actually even tracking the mental health progression, there are a number of possibilities that come in. And we ought to really find out how best we can adapt to our circumstances and see how we can actually provide that. And again, in primary care, there is a great potential for frontline health workers to play that role if they're technology enabled.
Some work happening with NIMHANS. Some of our professors are working with researchers at NIMHANS, trying to create some of these models. They're looking at some of the more advanced disease conditions like dementia and such. But hopefully, I think we can extend that work to also screening and such. So we take one last question. Incidentally, I was going to refer to Dr. Satish because they're doing some work around children's mental health. And we'll have Satish have the last question. Dr. Satish.
It's more of an answer or a semi-answer to the question that she asked. I'm Dr. Satish. I'm a pediatric intensivist and I run the Choice Foundation. And we have picked up 7 problems from the pediatric perspective in the rural health. So we have already done 10,350 children from 4 South Indian states. And the 7 verticals are, one of the most important thing is psychology, the growth, anthropometry, height, weight, head circumference. That's the second. The third is we do BERA and the OAE, that's the hearing health of the children, and the vision, including refraction, and so on and so forth, total 7. So just to your question, so with psychology, in fact, in 2015, the American Academy Pediatrics said that more than 30 to 40% of children, every 3rd child in the US has a problem, and the pediatricians have missed it. So that's your problem. And the pediatricians have missed it because they've been regularly coming for vaccinations, and they completely have missed the psychological problems in these children. So 1 in every 3rd, that's a very big number. So in 2016, we started this project. Last 5 years, you know what SDQ is, SDQ, that's a common thing. So we picked up the questionnaire and we worked on the questionnaire along with detecting autism and ADHD and all the various disorders. There are about 13 or 14 of them. And we use this questionnaire. The problem is, see, what's the 1/3 of the population is pediatrics, right? Now, can we screen everybody? It's impossible. Can we sort of physically have a psychologist go and examine everybody? No. So what we have done is technology again. How did we do that? First, we want to screen all the 100% population. If my system, if my software, if my questionnaire can sieve through the problem and a majority of these children are sorted out, at least I have the resources to see, or the problem children. So what do I do here is I pick up the at-risk children. So my questionnaire, what it does, it depending on the age, less than 5, 5 to 12, 12 to 16, they have 3 people answering the questionnaire. Number 1, the teacher of the child, the parent of the child, and if the child is more than 12 years, the child also answers the questions. Based on this questionnaire, there are about 45 to 50 questions. My tool makes out whether the child is at risk or not. Now, if the child is at risk, then only my psychologist needs to actually attend. So this is already done in 10,350 children, and we are able to pick up who are the children who needs to be identified, because see, we hardly have 2,000 psychologists in the country, if I'm not mistaken, right? But the population is huge. So if we can run this sort of this email questionnaire, and we have developed a tool where the software automatically automates the response. That means the software guides us and tells us there are 8.5 lakh responses, and my system tells me, yes, this child is at risk. This child needs 1, 2, 3, 4. That means this child needs a developmental screening test, autism screening tool, MChat for autism or ADHD, and the other 75 to 80% of the children who are normal, they're sieved through and said, these children don't need the psychology detailed counseling or a detailed assessment by the psychologist. So my aim is, if I can perfect the system, which we are already doing, but make it more scalable. I was just talking to Professor on this aspect. If you can make it more scalable across the country, and now, as I said, we have 10,300, and if we can do maybe 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, we can perfect it even more, and we don't need to worry about those 70% of the children who are seemingly normal. And so we need to worry only about this small population, where what we do now is we work with those children, try to identify our exact thing, then we have to do the detailed assessments. We can't help it. And those children, we can get them into the therapy. So that's one aspect, one of the 7 that we do, apart from the other things. I hope I...
Thank you, Doctor. I think
just one other element is that actually there is a tremendous amount of inhibition in people seeking mental health care because of the worry about stigma. Technology can actually provide you a way of that. If you can reach out directly without necessarily being identified by others as a person having a mental health issue, I wouldn't say problem, but issue, then that will encourage many more people to seek care with the confidence that that's not going to be a problem.
No, absolutely, sir. I think we're working with Choice Foundation. We'll see how we can let technology kind of enable some of these. So, Srini sir, last words. Thank you.
I think everybody is waiting to wind up the day. The comments from here, it's been a very wonderful, day from the morning. It started around noon with various panelists talking various subjects, kind of thing. For me personally, it's been a very, learning. We think that we know so many things, but you come to these kind of places and you know that you know so little, because so much is happening across the board. So many people are doing such a great work in many areas of healthcare, education, livelihood, kind of thing. It's a great learning for us. Now we have quite a few problems out there who people, various organizations have outlined, and we'll take up quite a few of them, but we also want to take up probably 1 or 2 large problems. And next year when we meet again in the annual conference, hopefully we'll come back with a lot of positive news by then. And we seek the involvement of most of you. This is all about network effect, team effort kind of thing, and this is a public institution, and we want the contribution of time, money, whatever is possible from various people. and we really want to address the issues of this nation going forward. Thank you all for attending this conference.
Thank you so much, sir. G. Prasad Garu, Dr. Srinath Reddy, Ajit sir, and Srini sir. I think there was a fitting finale and fitting tribute to the occasion, to the event, to the center, and to Professor Raj Reddy. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, Raj Reddy, sir, thank you so much for spending almost the whole day with us today. I know, like you have, when you come here, you have extremely busy days. Thank you so much, sir. And we promise we will do the best we can, sir, to deliver the value that you so seek. We'll do the best we can. Like to thank, yeah, please, I would request everybody to come on stage. We can take a picture. So I'd like to thank the Institute's team. There are many people involved. For the general administration team, the outreach team, communications team, and the centers team itself, the incubation team, and many of our faculty, the outreach team, resources team. So it's a collective effort. It's come together very nicely. And so I'd like to thank everybody for all the support. And of course, to all the NGOs and the social leaders that have taken the time to come and be with us today. We had a phenomenal roundtable that Srini sir referred to at 12 o'clock. And so a great day, and thank you so much.
It's always a thing, we just thank the people who come here, dignitaries and all of them. I think I should thank Ramesh for organizing this. I don't know all the other people who are involved by name. And it's Ramesh. They're all here. Okay, I'm seeing here. Thank you very much. Without you, this would not have been possible. As people like us come for a few hours and go, but you are the foot soldiers who actually make it happen. Thank you all on behalf of the IIIT and Dr. Raj Reddy Center.
We'll do. Once I'll get the whole team. Sir,